It almost feels like New Year when the clock is ticking down, but it is 00, so that is my cue to welcome you to the fourth, the last, but definitely not the least day of GoDataFest. For the ones who've been here for the entire ride, welcome back. Good you made it back into the office. For the ones that just joined today, good to have you. We have an amazing program ahead, and I think it will be really excited. Just a few practicalities before we start. We have just one break today, so we'll have 4 sessions, then we have a lunch break, and then in the afternoon, 3 more sessions. If you need a quick break in between, it's okay, but please do that in between sessions so we don't interrupt our amazing speakers. Having said that, usually I would kick off the day with a brief energizer. It's Friday morning, it's 9 a.m. I would say, let's start with an energizer. But the first speaker of today doesn't need one because he is really capable of energizing you as a crowd himself. Now I'm going to make a really lame joke, but he is one of a kind. And he will guide us through the story of data telling or storytelling with data. So please give it up for my colleague, Juan Venegas.
All right, how you guys doing? Are you ready for the last day? Yes. I can hear you. Are you ready for the last day? Yes. All right. I'm still not convinced. So just in case, I brought an energizer. So I want you to stand up, find a friend, and talk to them just for a minute about your last data project. If you can make it into a story, great. Come up and find a stranger, tell a story. And if you're at home, just talk to yourself or to your neighbor. It's fine. All right, let's sit down. Calm down. All the excitement. Okay. I think everybody's energized now. All right, so what we're going to do now is try to think a little from those stories that you've told and you heard, and we're going to try to identify which elements are needed for a data story, right? So from what you've heard, from what you've told, can anybody tell me what elements they think are necessary to build a data story? And I'm going to give you a little hint. They all start by the letter C, or you can say there's 3 C's and 1 D. So I hope the D is clear. Which elements do we need for the data story? Conflict. Conflict. I don't agree. No, yes, amazing. We need conflict. That is the base of any story. In any definition that you find about a story, you need a conflict. What else do we need? Customer. Close. Customer can be a type of? Character. Very good. Okay. What else do we need? If we're going to tell a data story, what do we need? Change. That's a consequence. This is another C, the whole thing. But yeah, it's an element, but it's not one of the kind of basic ingredients, let's say. Okay, what else?
Case study.
Sorry?
Case study.
Case study. That would be an example of a story. So it's a type of story rather than an ingredient. Okay? For that data story, what do we need?
Data.
Thank you. I thought you would never say that. I just put it as content, just to have it as another C. Very similar word to content. To relate to the audience, what do we need? Close to content. I see somebody doing this. Context. However you want to call it. But you need some kind of interaction with the audience, some common ground, so you can build a story. So what I want to try to talk to you about right now is to give you elements so you can convince people why this is important. So this we kind of have established from experience, right? But we're going to see if we can justify these elements from communication needs, right? If we're going to see, we can understand where they come from. So let's look at one of the experts on storytelling. This is Margaret Atwood, the author of The Handmaid's Tale. She said, "You're never going to kill storytelling because it's built in the human plan. We come with it," right? It's a bit kind of abstract. It's a bit like, yeah, what do you mean, human plan? What does she mean? This is the thing with story. It's something that really, from any point of view, seems to work, but still not fully clear why. So I think the first part to understand here in a phenomenological point of view is that storytelling works. I think we gotta accept that from the amount of evidence that we have, right? From the stories that we told around the fire to you watching Netflix for 4 hours in the evening seems to hook us in some way. There's a wonderful book called Papyrus, and this book explains how all these storytelling devices come from the old age and how books were invented for the first time. And you might think that things like a cliffhanger at the end of the episode is something like new from series. No, it's not. When all storytellers went to a castle, they were going to be lodged there. So they better tell a good story and leave it at a good place for the next day so they can stay one more night, right? Now, this is what we're going to do. We're going to try to borrow as many elements from storytelling as possible and bring it into a communication to make it more entertaining, right? Can we use everything? Absolutely not, right? What if you go and say to your boss, "Oh, but I will let you know until next week what the result of the analysis is"? Your boss would probably say, "That's all right. I will let you know until next week that you're fired." Okay? This is not going to work. People need to know something. So some things you can borrow, some things you cannot. Some things that you can borrow, definitely. Images. Images in the old age already, they were used in books, and they saw that it was a very interesting to have to draw the attention of people. Now, this is the historical phenomenological perspective. From the scientific perspective, if you really want to know, see that you really want to know why scientifically does this work. I don't know. I don't think everybody knows clearly. We have a pretty good guess, don't get me wrong, but the jury's still out on this one. They just still try to decide what is it about stories that make us work. The first aspect is what we call neural coupling. Basically, we go into a stage, into a phase in which what I say resonates with you. That's related to what we call mirror neurons, right? And this is why context is so important. We establish something that if I say it, you understand it. So we have a base, a foundation to build upon. Now, you will hear many people saying, "Oh, storytelling is great. I love storytelling," right? We need more data stories. We need more data stories because they leverage cortisol and oxytocin. And they leave it there. It's like, great. What does that even mean? You might know that cortisol is related to the stress hormone, right? It's the one that makes you be awake, right? Hopefully, like now, and alert, right? But if you want people to be alert and awake, almost a little stressed even, you gotta give them some conflict. Otherwise, you're not going to have it. Oxytocin. Oxytocin is the tendership hormone, the tenderness hormone, the loving hormone, right? The kind of love and care. For that, you need a character. You need to give the audience something, some object, to put their caring on, right? Normally it's you as a presenter, but it can be your team, it can be your company, even it can be your customer, if you tell the story from their perspective. So, again, cortisol, you need conflict. Oxytocin, you need a character so people can relate to. You need data because it's a data story. It's not any type of story. And of course, you're going to be in a business context. You need to relate to an audience, so you're going to need some context. So just so you remember that, the 4 C's. Now, I'm going to focus on the first 2 elements that are the more story-related. And the idea is that when people write fiction, conflict and character are quite balanced. Let's say those are the 2 pillars of fiction. If a fiction writer, if a series film writer knows how to do conflict and structure it, knows how to do character, they're good. They're good. I mean, the rest is sugar on top, but if they can master those 2 elements, they're good. The advantage for us is that in data and in business, this is not balanced. Conflict is much more important. Okay? Why? Because as interesting as characters might be, now you want to focus on the content of this talk, right? You want to see how to engage with it. You don't want to know about my personal life. I mean, maybe you want to ask me later, but I don't think that my psychological complexity is very important for this, right? In a business context, it's kind of jarring. It doesn't really help us. So that's why character is something that we barely touch upon on data storytelling, but conflict is very important. Sometimes when I go to businesses, people tell me, oh, Juan, but I cannot talk about conflict. You know, I'm going to upset people, right? We do need conflict. I'm going to prove it to you one more time. There is a wonderful scene in the movie The Sixth Sense. It's the scene of I See Dead People. And I didn't find it on YouTube for some reason, the beginning of it, which is the part I like. So here's the script. And can you do Malcolm? And can you be Cole? Yes. Yeah, so Malcolm is going to be the doctor telling a story. And Cole, you're going to see the guy seeing dead people. Go ahead, read it for us out loud.
Once upon a time, there was a prince who was being driven around. He drove around for a long, long time, driving and driving. It was a long trip. He fell asleep. When he woke up, they were still driving. The long drive went on.
Dr. Crow,
Yes.
you haven't told bedtime stories before?
No.
You have to add some twist and stuff. Maybe you ran out of gas.
No gas. Hey, that's good.
Okay, he's a little kid telling the person telling a story, you need some kind of conflict. What's the point of telling a journey if nothing happens in it, right? You need something unexpected, something that surprises you, right? And like I've said, in a business context, it's not that you need to talk about a massive battle at the office. This is our office on Friday night. It's more like, you know, every time that you start arguing, you can see it in the hands of this guy here, you know, trying to explain an argument, you know, we have different agendas, different departments, budget has to go to different places. There is conflict. And you all work with data somehow. I mean, is that easy, really? Yeah, you're telling me that you don't find any conflicts along the way? Use them, leverage them. Now, the question is, from all these things, what's a relevant, what's a good story conflict? I'm going to give you some examples of what you can do with data. For example, it can be our data platform cannot scale. That is a problem. That's a conflict. It's something that you need to bring to the business because it's relevant, and now we're going to try to solve it. We need to migrate a whole data infrastructure because maybe our company has been bought by another company, and now we have to move everything. Our competitor is using a new recommender system, so we need to catch up. And, oh, sorry, I'm a bit late. And some of our accounts are not profitable. These are all real examples from real customer stories that Xebia has. Very human or very, let's say, data conflicts that you need to leverage. No? Now, the question is, how do you tell conflict? How do you bring conflict to a business audience? Well, if you start just giving a list of problems, you're probably going to lose them, right? Then you sound like a whiny person who's just complaining, about all the things that are going wrong, right? Imagine a film where everything is tragedy all the time, right? Everything goes wrong. There are some films like that, not that many. But, it's just very depressive. It's difficult to engage with that at some point, It's like when you're in a very sad funeral in real life, at some point somebody cracks a joke, you have to have a bit of back and forth. So, when you present a conflict, make sure that you also present a solution or an attempt to solve it. Let me give you an example. Let's say that you want to access some data. So you say, I wanted data, but I didn't get access, so I killed myself. Not a great story, mostly because you cannot tell it anymore. So let's see if we can improve upon this. Okay? I wanted data, but I didn't get access, so I killed my boss. Okay? Be better with improving. You can tell it in prison. How does this go, really? I wanted data, but I didn't get access, so I called IT, and they give me access. Simple. Not really. It wasn't simple at all. And by the way, this is not the end of the story, right? You get access. Now you need to clean it. Now you need to do feature engineering. Now you have to actually do the model. And then some data architect is going to fuck it up somehow when they put it into production. There's going to be a lot of problems, right? Now notice, in the way I'm speaking, in the way I'm presenting some things, I wanted data, but I didn't get access. So I call a till, and they give me access. These are the two magic words of storytelling, so much so that we call this the but and so rule. Some people call it the but and therefore rule. I've heard it around for many years, with this wording or not. I'm going to give credit, because it seems to be in the internet, people credit the creators of South Park with the but and therefore rule. I honestly have heard it around way before. But the idea behind this is that you want to avoid saying, I needed data, then I went to the IT team, then they gave me access, then I cleaned it, then, you can see my voice already dropping from that then, right? Sometimes the way to introduce conflict in a story is as simple as saying, I didn't get access, so I went to the IT team. But they didn't have all the sources together, so we have to put them together. And that's a way not only to leverage conflict, but also to celebrate the solution and to put it in a way that is engaging, right? If you remember any story, any film, any book, there are problems, but there's always a character fighting, right? There's that dynamic of problem and solution. So if you plot it, let's say the level of conflict or the level of intensity, the level of action with time, the way is that we start at a certain baseline level that I'm going to put at 0, but we didn't have access to data. That's the first problem. We try to push it down, right? So we ask the IT team. We don't really solve all the conflict. It's still kind of like, when somebody asks you, oh, can you do a project for me, right? That's your first level of conflict. When somebody asks you, ooh, can you do this project for me? Out of nowhere, in a meeting, what's your first reaction? What's the project? Okay, the project, let's say you had to do the project about clustering customers. Let's say it's clear.
The first reaction is to know more.
What?
The first reaction is to know more.
To know more, okay. But let's say, okay, I saw some people shaking their heads like, okay, let's see if we can get a bit of help here. Let's say that they give you the information, right? Okay, you're saying that you need more information. Okay, so you're kind of delaying. It's like you don't want to say yes until they give you the full picture. What's another thing that people do when they give them a project? Why, right? Why? Just another way to delay it. And also, I don't know if you do this, but typical answer, can somebody else do it, please? No? That's relatable, no? It's just a way to try to push it down. But you don't push it fully down. It's there already because you know it's coming. It's not that you can fully, it's like, oh yeah, and now, okay, no, that's fine. Frank can do it. Don't worry. It's like, no, normally, it's going to come back to you, right? So there's going to be another problem, and then you solve it, right? You get access, so you clean the data, but then you got to do feature engineering, and so on and so forth, okay? This is the idea behind it, right? That dynamic. And if you're able to put this dynamic together, then you're going to be really good in terms of data storytelling. By the way, there's something that I haven't said so far, is that data visualization and data storytelling are different, right? Data visualization, and that's what I'm not talking about, there are a lot of good books around. They explain how to be clear with the visual, how to get insights from it, and that's fine. That's great data visualization. But, see what I did there? It's not data storytelling. Data storytelling is integrating these elements of conflict character from the fiction storytelling. Let me give you an example of how we would do this, in business. Let's say that at Xebia, we're selling courses, and we say, okay, we have a budget of 2 million, right? In terms of visuals, this is not even a visual, it's what you would call a biggest number, right, there on the screen. And say, that was our budget for this quarter, but we actually made 2.5 million. End of the story, celebration, this is great. No, you want to go deeper into it, right? But actually, the distribution of the sales is not even, right? When you look, and this is what you can introduce the visuals, right? This is when you can use the ingredients that you have put together during the data visualization phase, right? You have France, UK, Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands is the one that is doing really well. And now you have another opportunity to say, okay, the Netherlands is doing really well, but let's say the budget that we spend for the Netherlands is much bigger. So it makes sense that this distribution is good. And actually, we're spending very little in the UK, and it's doing surprisingly well. You can take it in many tangents, of course, honoring whatever the truth is, whatever the data is really saying, right? You can say, for example, but actually, even if we're doing really well, the distribution of the courses is very uneven, okay? I'm going to put in database and storytelling here because it's my course, right? And I made up this data completely. That's the one that is leading the charge, and then there are other courses that are doing okay, but not selling so much. So this is a very good tip that I would like you to take. Like, when you want to do the but and so rule with data, going through different layers is a very neat way to do it. You go with the global one, but we focus in a little bit more detail, so we see another insight. But if we go even deeper, we see another insight, and we continue. And you can do it, by the way, the opposite way, right? You can start with something very local. The courses of data in the Netherlands are doing really well. But if we look at all the courses together, actually, we're not doing so hot. If we look at the global distribution, actually, it's kind of even, right? So this is the dynamic that I would like you to remember, right? Again, remember the 4 C's: conflict, character, content, and context. And also the but-so rule. How it goes one way, you bring conflict, so you solve it, but there's another conflict, so you keep going, and so on. Whew, let's finish there. Thank you. Wait, actually, you might be a bit sad that this is a bit over soon. That's okay, you can scan this QR code, and that's for a course on data visualization and storytelling that we have. And now let's take some questions, if there are any. Wait for the microphone. For the online people, we love you.
I'm the assistant of today.
Now, you explained the difference between data visualization and storytelling. And what is the difference between data communication and data storytelling, in your opinion?
Good question. Data communication is a broad aspect, right? So data communication might be actually the goal of your company, because what you want is that people are able to, first of all, get recognition for the work, and on the other side, the business side, they are able to understand what these people are saying. That includes visualization, it includes dashboards, which is a kind of different practice on visualization, and it also includes data storytelling.
You said about the first two C's, but what about context?
Sorry, say again?
What is about context?
Aha! I'm glad you asked. Let's talk about that. I have slides for that. Let's talk a little bit about audience. So, my question is, one question. I have many questions about this, but this is going to be for you. Should we have started the whole process considering our audience? Who says yes? Yeah? No more? Who says no? Ooh, we are in the minority here. Awesome. Cool. Here's the thing with the audience. Yes, of course, everything we do in data communication, everything we do in data storytelling is for the audience. It's not for us, right? For us, we understand the messy graph that is barely holding there and is very dirty. We get it, right? We see the inside. Now, it's about cleaning it and making it palatable for the rest of the audience. So everything we do, from cleaning the visuals to doing this but and so rule and making the slides and so on, is directed at the audience. So it's kind of in the background. I would say that this is for a global audience. Audiences are not as different as we might think. So we are all human. We all have basic needs of getting the information little by little. So it's good to have different presentations about the data, right? So you say, okay, I have my data. I could present these different things. I could create these different presentations. And then I choose, okay, for this audience, I would choose this one. But there is a danger of starting with the audience in mind, because you say, oh, these people want to hear this. It's like, and then you might start biasing the data, you might start biasing the narrative, and so on. So it's a yes and no. Everything we do for communication is for the audience, but it's good to honor the data that you have, honor these story tools, and then you say, okay, and now I select the audience. Okay? More questions?
Thank you very much. Very nice presentation. I enjoyed a lot. I was wondering, what is the reasoning? Why should we do that? So storytelling seems to be, like, as you describe it, the way to how to show the data. But what will be the benefit for us? And how this compares, for example, to just showing the dry facts?
Right. When you show the dry facts, do you have people going on the phones and not paying attention? It happens, no? It happens. So I sometimes say, it's like, should we blame us, or should we blame ourselves, or should we blame the audience? And sometimes you can blame the audience, right? All due respect to you. It's not about you. It's like a global audience. Sometimes people are distracted. Some people don't come to the presentation trying to pay attention to what you're saying. That happens. So we need every trick in the book that you have to try to grab some attention, also to make them remember, right? They might pay attention to the visual that you're showing at the moment, but if you hook them with a story, it's much more probable, there are many studies on that, that would make it remember, and hopefully they act upon it. And that's what you want, right? So in the end, you know, if you tell me that with a clear graph and a clear, hey man, the data's really bad, we need to change the data pipeline, and people listen to you, great. You don't need data storytelling, right? But the reality of big companies is much more complex, so you need every trick that you can pull. That's all.
Is there one final question from the
One
audience?
final question.
One final question.
Yes. I had another
If
one.
I don't do it, you do
I
it.
thought of a great one yesterday. It's like, what's the item of clothing that Spaniards favor the most?
One size fits all.
The Juan C. All right.
So, yeah, thank you. Also, business says, don't spend much time on data visualization. But on the other hand, you really want to engage them, and also, like, if it's management, so on, it's quite important.
Yeah.
But they say, like, don't spend much time, it's just, like, internal presentation. What do you think? Where is the best strategy here? How much, like, spend time?
I would say that probably depends on the size of the companies and the size of the teams. If it's a small company, you can understand that, you know, if you're going to put a massive presentation for 5 people, when you can quickly tell them over coffee and take the time, and you really know them because it's a small company, you know everyone quite personally, you can do without, I think. But if you have big departments and you have to talk to a lot of people who don't know you at all, and you really need to convince them that they have to do something different, right? You cannot tell them directly, hey, there's something wrong with this, you know, we need to change the marketing material. I don't know if you know marketing people, but I would be like, what? Who are you to tell me these things? It's like, honestly, who are you? I don't know you, right? This is why you gotta give them something like, okay, let me tell you this story about how things are going wrong, right? And then almost convince them very slowly, make them suggest even. I like asking questions with the data presentation. What do you think we should do? It's like, oh, perfect, that we agree. Okay, it was your idea. Great, do it. Much better.
Thank you. Give it up for Juan. So I hope this was a good energizer of the morning.
Thank you very much. Now I'll get drunk. Thank you.
Now you're off. Friday afternoon starts now. No, I hope you're all energized and that by now the coffee also kicked in that you had earlier this morning. When we say goodbye to Juan, I would also like to invite the other speakers already to set up their station so they can start getting ready for their presentation. So when we talked about storytelling in the morning, how to do that using data, the next presentation is all about data, and then specifically about how to manage your data. Looking at the time where we are at currently within data field, I think data management becomes more important over time. And our next presenters will guide us through their use case on how to do that properly. With us today on stage, we have our own data management expert, Peter Kromhout, jointly together by Niels van den Broek, who is the lead architect at Transavia, and they will guide us through the use case that they worked on together. So please give it up for Peter and Niels.
No, eh?
Yeah, yours.
Yeah.
Yours is. Go ahead.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. My name is Niels van den Broek, and together with Peter, we will be having a presentation. Please feel free to ask some questions, and let's kick it off. Transavia is an airline company, and we were founded in 1965 to tease the KLM, because our founder hated the KLM, and now we're part of the KLM. And in the end, we had a great journey, and probably the most important thing that people don't know is that actually we have a French company as well. And so we're a lot bigger than everybody thinks. And now we're present in 7 locations, including Belgium. We have about 19 million passengers each year. We do about 120,000 flights. We have 160 destinations. We have 110 planes, all Boeings, and we are migrating to Airbus because everybody needs to be environmentally friendly. We have 5,000 employees. We do about 160 destinations. Like I told you, we fly mostly to the Mediterranean. So if you ever want to go on a holiday or do a city trip, use Transavia because it's good for his paycheck and mine bonus. And now let's focus on the future. Why are we here today? 6 years ago, I got hired by Transavia, and I had a story about if you want to be a successful logistical company, it's all about managing your processes, managing your data, and managing your data integration, so that you can be any place, anywhere, anytime, and adapt to all disposable experience products that consumers use. In that period, I failed about 15 times. And why did I fail? Is because every organization or consultancy firm that you hire has this big upfront approach where you either do a complete Lean Six Sigma program, you have this 7-layer data management model that you need to pitch to your board of directors, and the only thing they think is overhead, 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 and how the hell are we going to do this? So after 4 years, I encountered this guy, and we started talking about, well, what can we do to make sure that we get the company where it wants to go? And because we were also struggling with portfolio management, and every time that I was proposing from architecture, well, let's do this program because in 5 years' time we need to be there, it always failed. And so we started talking about, let's turn it around, and let's talk about something that was invented by Philips somewhere in the 90s, and it's called biggest bleeders first. So there are people out there in the company that have problems, or that lose face, or are bashed by their manager because there is something going wrong that's not correct. And so the first thing that happens in our company is that something is called departure time. And departure time is actually brilliant phenomenon. Because if you talk to the stewardesses, departure time is when the door of the plane closes. If you talk to the pilots, departure time is when the plane docks from the gate and goes to the runway. If you talk to our operational control center, the departure time is when the plane actually stops touching the ground. So when those people are in the same room and talk about departure time, the fun starts happening. You take some popcorn and confusion all over the place. Then the second problem that we have is that we have customers, but the customer is not a passenger. And a passenger is sometimes not a customer. And sometimes a passenger actually can't be reached because the customer is a middle person. And so when we want to do upselling or we want to have a delay notification, we want to reach out to the customer because the customer gave his email address, but the passenger is unknown. And so you probably read it here. So delays happen, and sometimes a plane from Transavia leaves Malaga without any passengers on board, and the people complain about not being notified. That's because they bought their ticket by TUI, and TUI doesn't give the customer information to us, so we don't know the passenger information. We just know that we have 180 TUI people on board. The third is, we have some brilliant programs running on AS400. Yeah? Programmed by people that are probably dead by now. What the program does, what it means for us, we don't know. And our compensation scheme for our stewardesses, where they spend the night and what they do, yeah, is run on that. And nobody knows what it does. Nobody knows what it does. Yeah? And we are looking around for people to refactor it and all that kind of stuff, but we don't even know where the data comes from. Marketing people. Brilliant people. They never heard of GDPR. Yeah? They never heard of GDPR. And they share it to everyone, everywhere, any place, anytime, by email in Excel. Yeah? Minor problem? Yeah, minor problem. Next one. I enjoy this one a lot. Whenever we do changes, we use business cases. And commercial people, yeah, start making business cases. And 4 years ago, we started rebuilding our app because we could have attracted 70 million more in revenue. We did the math. People needed to be sitting on the wings of the airplane in order to get half of the revenue. Next one. Definitions. 4 weeks ago, we had this huge problem in Rotterdam. We had a shortage of crew. Crew consists of two kinds of people, pilots and cabin attendants. And we have a very, very ambitious cabin attendant director. So he gave up his tennis play and went calling and arranged 40 stewardesses to go to Rotterdam. It turned out we had a problem with pilots and no plane left. Huge amount of cost. Next one. This is a funny part. We have technical services. They have, and the aviation industry is well known by suites that are, for you guys, like dinosaurs. Yeah, doesn't even come close to being SaaS, PaaS, or anything like that. Runs on premise, does everything, and all that kind of stuff. So our technical services, rather than walking about 150 meters to their desktop PC and entering that a plane is back into services, called the OCC, our Operation Control Center, the plane is back in service, and they entered the due date for plane is back in service in an application that was not the primary source of truth for when the plane needed to be entered in services. And of course, we decommissioned that application and migrated to something else, and all of a sudden, we did not know anymore when planes were back into service. Cost us an awful lot of money. This one is the most funny part for it. 7 years ago, we had this brilliant, I mean, really, really brilliant woman that figured out that our communication style was too long. And so she created awful lots of code that could tell that there was an operational incident. And she created this beautiful code for luggage was lost. But she failed to check that there was also international code, and the same code meant Boeing crashed. Yeah, it was a big incident.
Yeah.
Good. And this is where the beauty came in. Because we recognized this, we talked about it, and we started to think about, well, all these people have problems, and all those people don't want to be made fun of, like I just did, and want to be successful. And so let's start, based on their use cases, let's start helping them. So 1.5 years ago, our finance department was understaffed, and I managed to play something with budgets, and I created a budget. I hired him, and we decided, he forbid me to talk about data governance, and we just talk about data management based on use cases. And so we hired 5 people to help business people, and from that, we set up a process. We built a data catalog, he's going to be telling you about it, and we created 60 data products, and we're now officially part of the business technology strategy of Xebia. We are talking to our board of directors on a regular basis, and we are well confident that even the data management office that we need with data stewards is going to be realized within 2 years because the business wants it. Because in our last budget round, some high-up managers actually had data stewards in their budget, and that was a big success. So we feel that if you want to be successful in becoming data-driven and get a data management office in your organization, you need to do both. Find the top-down sponsor, but if you want to make a change, do it use case driven, yeah, mobilize the people, make them sure that they understand and take your time. Well, this is my part of it. Now you get the technical part by Peter. I'm very, very happy that he's one of my colleagues. He's our data architect, and I could have done it without him. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So, as Niels explained, I joined Transavia like 1.5–2 years ago, and I found this mess that he just explained. You were laughing. I was not laughing at the moment. It was quite difficult to start in that way. But as I said, we decided not to do a top-down data management program, but turn it around and start bottom-up. We partnered with an important strategic program for Transavia, and we actually started doing a use case-driven approach. I'll talk about that first, and then, as I promised, I'll also talk about data catalog after. So you recognize probably some of these logos, right? We all want to be a data-driven organization. We want to do that so that we have better sales, lower cost, happier customers. But to be able to do that properly, it's important to do your data management right. Otherwise, you get all these issues and mistakes that Niels just explained, right? You get definitions that are all over the place. You get metrics that are not calculated properly, or you get data pipelines that break all the time. So you need to do data management properly. What is data management? Who has read or knows the book Dama, DM book, this thick blue thing, right? Yeah, some people here know it. Have you read it also? Or? Sort of, yeah. So let me help you by summarizing the book. This is kind of what's in there. I've summarized it for you. I think as an organization, if you are able to answer these 10 questions, you're doing it pretty well. I once had a session at Transavia where I asked the entire audience, it was all IT people, to stand up. And we made the agreement, if you have a yes on this question, you're allowed to stay standing. If it's a no, you need to sit down. It took me 4 questions and the entire room was sitting again. Right? So this was kind of where we were and what we're trying to achieve. There are 2 main drivers actually for this, and it's recognizable as the offensive and defensive data strategies that we might know from the past. You either do this to get more value out of your data, to use it to make better decisions, to get to those decisions more quickly, or you do this to become in control of your own data, make sure that you follow internal and external rules and regulations. Right? These are the main drivers. This just as a very short recap on what is data management and what are we trying to achieve. I'll get to the use case approach directly. I'm not sure how I'm doing in time, so let me check. Half an hour left? Oh, that's great. Then I can take my time. One last thing about data management. It is not only a technology problem. So we lured you in a little bit with the data catalog as a topic for today, but only implementing a data catalog and thinking that that will solve your problems automatically is not going to happen. You need to address people and processes also. Niels talked about hiring people for the data steward role, helping the business grow in that from a maturity perspective, making sure you have the right processes in place is very important, and technology can enable you there. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe a question in between.
Yeah?
When you talk about the...
Give me 1 second, because otherwise people online won't hear it.
Okay, thank you. One question. You talk about data stewards. Is that a role or is it really a function within Transavia?
Could be either way. Currently, it is a role, and we're talking to the board of directors to really make it a function in the future.
It depends on not every department is big enough to have a function specialized for that. And so also we're thinking about in the first phase centralizing, because if you do not do it enough, you will not become effective and efficient in it. So more like a centralized body that hires people or gives people to departments and coaches them. Because the autonomous, everybody is able to create their own capabilities needed. It's very good in textbooks, but in reality it's hard stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, no problem. All right, so as I said, technology is not the magic bullet here. It needs to enable, it needs to support. And we actually started with the other two first, and I'll get to that. As I said also, and that's typical for how Xebia approaches things, we want to take a use case driven approach. We want to start small and show value soon and early instead of having this big program in place. Now let's take a use case that we've actually done. Which is route profitability, right? We'd like to really know our flight from Amsterdam to Barcelona in the summer season of 2023. How profitable is this, right? Because that's really important for us as an airliner. What teams typically do, analysts, business people, engineers, when they pick up a use case, I'll show you now. So we have route profitability. We figured out we need to have a business definition in place, right? We want to make sure that everybody's talking about the same thing. Typically, this is something that you do maybe in refinement. It ends up in some wiki page where you have this definition, but it's not readily available. Another thing that we learned is we need to have a metric, a calculation method, how we are going to take those costs that we make as an organization, take the revenues that we make, and how are we going to allocate those things to the proper metric and to this use case. What you will find if you do this use case is that these allocation factors are actually business logic, and typically then that ends up in your ETL pipeline, in your data warehouse somewhere, right? It ends up in code. So we need to figure that out. It takes quite some time, analysts, business people talking to each other, doing lots of refinement to figure out and get this knowledge. We also, of course, need to find the right sources of data. So we went to finance. They did a lot of stuff with Excel, as finance does. And we had to learn, what are the actual source systems where we can get the trusted data in a stable form. So we figured out what are the sources of data. And you see a little bit of data lineage for those who know what it is being created here in this overview. Then, of course, once that is all there, the team can get to work. They started building a data warehouse, data warehouse tables, building the pipelines. They were able to create a BI dashboard, which is, because we've done this properly, a trusted BI dashboard. I put that there on purpose, right? Because now the business knows this is how you calculate it. These are the sources that we trust. So it's a dashboard that can be used and that's trusted by users. You probably figure out, well, maybe there's some legacy stuff there. We need to have a talk about what are we going to do with the legacy stuff that's been built in the past. Of course, you get questions about quality, so you need to address that topic, maybe build some quality rules, at least do some data profiling. And then last but not least, you want to do some governance. As Niels said, it's a word I'd rather not use because it's a bit tainted, but you need to do something with your data ownership, your data steward. You might want to do something with data contracts, because as you can imagine, this information, route profitability, it's kind of sensitive. We don't want our competitors to know which routes are very profitable because they might try to steal those from us. So we actually don't want this information to be available too much. Right? And what you see here is actually a knowledge graph. It's a knowledge graph of our own data where we put all the knowledge and analysis that we do, we write it down, and we want to make it available. And in this use case itself, there's already a lot of value, right? I already touched on a few of those. It helps in user adoption. It helps in improving the quality. It makes data more discoverable. In other use cases, we've, for example, seen things like technical debt reduction. That's here on the bottom. Right, so we've seen use cases that do a select star in an application database, and they just get all data in during the night, and the application then changes something, and everything breaks down. Right, I think you've all been there. Right, technical debt that you want to avoid. We find those things in use cases, and we try to address them. Another maybe that's good to mention is the collaboration. We are trying to cross silos because we have finance people, we have business people on the marketing side that are interested in this. We have IT engineers, we have data engineers, and we make them work together. And I think that's a big part of data management, is putting all these different people together, let them have a conversation about the data that they're using, and let them grow a more shared understanding of what they're doing. So there's a lot of value in each use case. But it's more than that, right? So if we zoom out a little bit, every use case that we do properly will fuel reuse and speed up the next one. Also here, real-life examples. We have, it's called actually a scenario factory. So we're looking ahead for 5 years' time ahead. What are the routes that we want to fly on in 2028? Of course, when you start doing these scenarios, you want to use the same calculation factors, the same metrics. You want to use the same business logic, because how can you determine where you want to fly in the future if you're comparing that differently than what's profitable today? Right? So all these things that you have found out in this first use case, you can reuse, and you can speed up this use case tremendously. I hope that makes sense. And what you also do with this next use case is you build further on your own knowledge. You build further on your own knowledge graph. So you pick up some other sources, you do the data modeling, you do the data quality checks, you write down the business definitions, and slowly your knowledge graph of your own data grows. Next use case, financial reporting, same story. You want to use the same business logic. You probably want to use the same trusted data sources that you've been using before. And all that analysis and searching for the right data has been done, and you can reuse and you can leverage that. So slowly but gradually, you start building actually this knowledge graph. This is your dot on the horizon. This is where you want to go. Sneak peek. The data catalog that we selected has this knowledge graph architecture as its basis. And why is that fun? Why is that interesting? Why will that help you? You can start asking questions towards this knowledge graph. For example, what customer data do I have in my entire organization? You remember that 10 questions summary that I showed you earlier? You can start asking these questions to your own knowledge graph, and you can quickly and easily find the data that you're looking for. Instead of, we actually asked this to a bunch of people internally, how do you find your data? Some answers that we got, oh yeah, I've been here for 5 years, so I kind of know where to go. Or I ask my neighbor, and he knows a guy, so I send an email to that guy, and then maybe I'll get a reply. Right? These are the ways that people try to find data. We are trying to change that. We want people to go to the data catalog, type in, where can I find customer data, and then they get an answer. And it might not be everything that they need, but at least it's a starting point. And you can ask many types of questions, right? So from a compliance perspective, if I'm a data privacy officer or I'm a data owner, I want to know where's my sensitive data. That's from a compliance perspective. Or if you want to do a use case and you're looking for your data, that's the place to go. If you don't find the information directly that you need, at least you find the data owner and the data steward that are attached to a particular topic. So you can go to those directly instead of asking your neighbor. And if we take it a little bit further, and it also means further in time because that requires a bit more maturity, we can start automating things. We can start applying, for example, GDPR policies. we can maybe do access management from a data catalog. So you find a Power BI report that you like, well, let me request access directly, and then the message goes to the data owner, and you might or might not get access to the Power BI product. All these kind of things are the things that you can do if you're a bit further with the implementation. I'll leave it to that. I think the message is clear. You want to build your knowledge graph. You do that use case by use case, and this is where you end up with. All right. So far, we haven't talked about technology. We only talked about people and process. Right, so let's dive into the technology a little bit. And again, having a check. We're doing perfect on time. Who knows about the modern data stack?
Whoa.
Everybody, I guess, most people. I kind of just put some random, no, not random. I put logos here in the different functional capabilities that we typically see in a modern data stack. I know it's all over the place, right? So at Transavia, we don't have this stack. We have a limited number of these logos. Just to give you a sense of the things that your teams or your engineers are probably using. And on the bottom, again, you see the knowledge graph for this use case. And why did I do that? I want to show you that a lot of the things that we do in this use case, the engineers actually use these tools to do that. Right? So your dashboards, Power BI, Tableau, or any other BI tool that you're using. Your data quality, you might use DBT tests, SODA, Great Expectations, or run some Python tests, whatever, but you use tooling to do the data quality checks. You get source data from somewhere, you need to integrate with it, so you might use some of these tools for that. Then, of course, you want to store your data, mostly in a tabular form, somewhere in Snowflake, Azure Synapse, or SQL Server. And then you want to orchestrate and build ETL pipelines, right? So a lot of these things that you do in a use case, this is the tooling that you use. You also see that some of the things that we want to do, right, like storing these definitions, making sure that the metrics are well defined, they don't have a place yet. And I believe that the data catalog is really the place, or the data management tooling that you use is really the place where you also put that information. So that you have one central place where you can find all that stuff that you have analyzed instead of the Teams folder or the wiki or maybe in the brains of analysts and engineers that are leaving your company anyway in a couple of years. You want to have this somewhere. And then lastly, what you also want to do, and that ties in a little bit in why I don't like data governance. Data governance, like in the past, it was something that in my view was really parallel to what was actually in the code. I remember that people were in meeting rooms, and I started at a bank, so it was even in suits and ties. They were in meeting rooms talking about how are we going to manage our data and how the hell are we going to comply to GDPR. And then they made some agreements with each other. They wrote it down in a beautiful Word template. It was stored somewhere, and that was it. And then if you turn around and you went to the engineers that actually worked with the data, they didn't know this, right? They didn't care about this, and something completely different was happening in the code than what was happening in the data governance team. And that bridge that's there, that gap, that's what we want to bridge, to cross actually. And I believe that we need to do that by automation. We need to use all the metadata, the information about what we do that is inside that modern data stack, and bring that into the data catalog. I created a beautiful visual for that. You can see that right here. Yeah. So that's what we're trying to achieve at the moment. So we're trying to leverage all that information that is in DBT, that is in Power BI, that is in your data quality tooling, and automatically bring that into your data catalog and use that to have a very rich environment where you can find information about your data. So this is the approach. A data catalog. Who is looking into this as a functionality, or who has that already in place? All right. Could have been more, but that's a good thing. Then I can educate you a bit on what it is and maybe get you excited. So a data catalog is in essence 10 functionalities. Let me build it up a little bit, and I'll share some learnings also. So the front end of a data catalog is actually this: data discovery and a business glossary. That's where people go. They search for what they need. They find data sets, data products, BI reports, definitions, etc. So this is really the outward-facing part of your catalog. That is enabled by these three things. Having a store, a metadata store, where you store all this information, not the actual data. The actual data stays in place, but the metadata, information about your own data. You need to do that in a certain structure, so that's where you use a metadata model for. I can go into that a little bit more later. And you want to integrate, right? I showed you this picture with these beautiful arrows. You want to have connectors to these source applications so that you can integrate. This is what makes it possible. And then you have features and functionalities that you can use here. You can, for example, create governance workflows. I now have a data product that contains PII data. I know that because there's a tag in my code. That means I need to signal the data owner that he needs to, I don't know, do access reviews every 6 months, because then we're secure. Or we are seeing that we have conflicting definitions, like the examples that Niels gave. We need to tag the data stewards and let them know that we need to figure out why do we have conflicting definitions, right? You can create these workflows with it. An important one, especially for the data teams, is data lineage, getting an understanding of how data flows from your source into your data application, into your BI tooling, and specifically knowing when something goes wrong. Right? That's most important. With proper data lineage and having some kind of signaling or alerting in place, you can, for example, do a pop-up in your BI tool and let your users know, this dashboard has not been updated during the weekend because we had a problem with our batch. Be aware of it if you use it. Right? These kind of things are the things that you can do if you have this insight. Another one that we've put as optional is data quality and data profiling. Some of the data catalogs out there actually do this as a feature, some not. If it's not, you can also use a third-party application for that. At least you want to have the output of your data quality checks in the catalog, so that you know what's the quality of my data. Data contracts I talked already a little bit about. And then lastly, reporting. And Niels asked me to mention this specifically because, as he said, it's not only bottom-up, it's also top-down. What we also want is not only the carrot, but also the stick to hit with. We want to create reports.
To motivate.
To motivate, yeah, exactly. That's the word I was looking for, thanks. We want to create reports, for example. Well, we have this data domain. They have like 20 data products, but we see that for 15 of those, the definitions are still not clear, or the data quality rules have not been implemented. With these kind of reports that we create, we can go to the proper management layers and point out to the right people and the responsible people that they need to get their shit together. Right, so that's the reporting function. I promised you a few learnings, and then I'll give you some time for questions. So what we did actually, it took us quite a while. I'm an impatient guy, so it took me a bit too long. But it took us 5 months to come to the right selection of data catalog. We did a proof of concept with a bunch of, with 2 data catalogs actually. We learned a lot. We also ditched those 2 because they didn't fit our requirements. So we did a full RFP with demos and everything, and we came to a selection. And let me share some of the learnings that we had during those 5 months. First of all, your search, your front end, where also business users are going to be, data stewards, people looking for data, it really needs to be as intuitive as Google. The UI really needs to be user-friendly. Yeah. We learned that the hard way, and I have an example here, right? So we did a proof of concept, very small scope. One of the dashboards that we had in scope was about service requests that we got. It's called Service Partner. And you see that if we type service space partner, which is a very intuitive way of searching, right? It doesn't give you the right answer. You need to have in this proof of concept, we needed to have an exact match, which is not user-friendly enough. So that was really a problem that you need to look out for. Another one, it needs to have the proper fit with your technology landscape, relates to the metadata store and integrations, right? So really do a check. Is my data catalog able to connect to the BI tooling that I'm using, to the ETL tooling that I'm using, to the data warehouse that I'm using? And don't trust them on their fancy sales slides, etc. Don't trust them on their promises, but maybe if you can do a proof of concept, because these integrations are quite difficult to get right and are very important if you want to reach that automation objective that I talked about. Then you would like to have a meta model, and it needs to be configurable in your tool. And then meta model is maybe a bit difficult to explain. I can do an entire talk on that, but it reflects the way that we look at our data organization. And we have a small one here. It's a simplistic version of our actual meta model, but in the core we put a data product. That's the core of what we want to manage. We want to be in control of our data products. You see, there are different types of data products. For example, a Power BI dashboard or a source data set could also be something different. Each data product has a bunch of data elements, a data owner and a data consumer that's connected via a data contract. So this is how we look at our data landscape, and what we want, 10 minutes, thanks there. What we want is that the data catalog can actually represent these things in the tool quite easily. And we also learned that that's not always the case, right? So we did a proof of concept, and we wanted to have this data product as the core entity. It's all anonymized, that's why you see some gray areas here. But what we learned is, we did a lot of scanning, we found tables, and we wanted to say, well, these tables are part of the data product so that you can search on it. But it was not part of the core functionality of the tool. You really had to go here, you can't even read it, so small is it. Here is data product. And same is true for data quality. We wanted to import metrics from our data quality tool that are related to this table so that you can see in an eye wink. Is that an English word? Oogopslag? Eye wink. You can see very easily, sorry for that. You can see very easily what the quality of the data is. Again, not part of the core structure of the product, but found somewhere there in the bottom. This is not what you want. So that's why also we chose to go in a different route where we selected a product where it's really on the front page, it's configurable, you can put it where you want to put it so that it's in the face of the users instead of somewhere in the corners of your tool. Then, how do you come to your final decision? I already said a little bit about it. We did a RFP. We asked a bunch of vendors to come to us and explain to them, based on our requirements, why they think their tool is a right fit. You are, of course, very curious what that was, so I'm just going to show you this. This is actually kind of the outcome of our entire 5 months process. And we selected data.world as our data catalog in the end of the day. We are in the middle of implementing it. It's a SaaS application that is very flexible. It has this knowledge graph architecture, we are very pleased with the selection that we made.
Maybe it's worth mentioning that you deviated from Air France KLM.
Oh, yeah, that's a fun story also. I do have time for that very shortly. So Transavia is part of Air France KLM. And Air France KLM was kind of 2 months ahead of the curve compared to us. So when we did an RFP, we kind of got to know that they selected Calibra. And they told us, you must use Calibra because you are our daughter company and we bought it, so we have a contract, so you must use it. It was a very fun political debate, and we had to prove very factually why Calibra doesn't match with our technology landscape. Some of the things that I showed you about the connectors, for example, were not there. It even went to the group CTO at the end of the day, and we got some delays there. But we managed to convince them, actually based on the facts, why we should choose another one. So that's it. Yeah. All right, that was it. Thank you. Any questions?
Hi, thanks for the presentation. It was really good. Thank you. So first a very small question and then perhaps a bit more difficult question. So for how long have you been working with your catalog now?
It's been 6 weeks now.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not really honest because before that we used Topdesk as an alternative source to get started.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So you could say this is our second iteration of Data Catalog. We started with an internal tool that we kind of abused for this purpose, so that we had at least something to document and show. And now, and as I said, we started with the people and process side and not really the technology side. And so the good thing is we've been 6 weeks in it now. It took us a week to have it up and running. It took us 2 weeks to have it connected to Power BI and DBT. So it's really going quite quickly. I could show you the dev environment. We have like 250 business definitions already in it. So it's going quite well.
So now the difficult question.
Yeah. Let me know.
So because I love this concept, I think it could really work, especially in the long term. But my question is, did you already see people using it? Because my experience is that it's very difficult to get people actually using a data catalog. It really gives value if you're running a project, getting the same definitions, etc. But as soon as the information is in there, the people who were involved, they know about it, and then nobody looks at it anymore, in some cases. So my question is, do you have any experience in this matter?
So our first iteration was primarily used by the data owners and the domain architects. And that's because this was not readily available for the rest of the organization. You had to have a separate account to have access to that information. So that was used mainly by the domain architects. And now with this tool that we're using, we are not in the phase yet that we've brought it in production live to the entire audience. So I cannot answer it honestly.
But the future vision is two ways. The one is top-down, where it's going to be part of our control system, where we are going to monitor the change data. So how many times is actually a data steward looking at the definition, revamping it, and all that kind of stuff. And the second part of this, at least that's my dream, and I did it at PostNL as well. You create a platform, and I called it back then my big fat data Friday afternoon. And so people that have a vision or want to create value and want to use data come to that platform and start asking questions, and you tell them, well, and you take, once again, the Google bar in your data catalog, and you type it in, and they see, wow, it's that easy. Yeah, and so it's you have to take them by the hand and show them a couple of times. So if you want to change the behavior of people, if I once was told, if I tell you that you can save 20 minutes by driving differently to work, you will not do it. If I come pick you up in the morning and I drive you differently to work and you save 20 minutes and I do that for 5 times, you will change your behavior. So it will be very intensive to do, but that's part of the program.
Yeah, maybe one more thing to add. So we've been doing a round within the different business domains and talking to the domain leads. And then we actually, put up the dev environment where there's already quite some information. And they are really, type this. Let me know if I can find already this data product. And, what's the status of this, right? So showing the current dev environment is already sparking a lot of enthusiasm.
Yeah, so don't tell them, show them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Hey, thank you. I was wondering how you prevent the data catalog to become a fill-in exercise, because that's what I've seen happening. We had everything set up, McKinsey came in, org structure changed, and all the definitions were different. People just hated it.
Yeah, so what we try to do, we call it non-intrusive data governance. We want to build it in the way of working as much as possible, in the current way of working. So we have kind of a list of things that we want to have in the catalog. A lot of these things we want, for example, to be in DBT, in the code and in the lineage of the tooling that data engineers use on a day-to-day basis, so that we can get it from there, and that they don't necessarily need to go to the catalog and fill it in there. That's one of the things that we're doing to make it more than a fill-in exercise. A lot of the other stuff that you saw on the use case, right, the definitions, etc., the teams do store that. It's just somewhere where not a lot of people can find it. So we need to convince them that, no, you don't keep this anymore in a PowerPoint in your wiki, but you put it here, and this is where you store it. So
and that's where the control system comes in.
Is that then where you also would envision that data contracts, which you've put on there a couple of times, would...
Sorry, again?
Data contracts, is that where you would think that would leverage or be a bit of that bridge?
Yeah, so the data contracts is actually a funny thing. We didn't in this first use cases, didn't focus too much on that, and we saw that growing organically. The question, the need for that, because well, it happened quite often that some pipelines broke down, and because of that, Power BI dashboards were not there. And then people started saying, well, we really need to make some agreements on what data am I using, and why is the source making changes. So the need for that kind of grew organically. For now, we're using a template for that, which is not perfect, but it's the first step, and indeed it should go in there. Yeah.
And basically, we're still in the stage where we're trying to figure out who should be the data owner, and that sometimes is an absurd discussion, which ends up in politics.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're at the end of the presentation
All right.
because your time is up.
I told you so.
Please give it up one more time for Peter and Niels.
Kijk.
Thank you.
Dankjewel. Goed, man.
Thank you. Thanks.
So how are we doing in terms of energy? Oh, this doesn't sound good, guys. Come on, how are we doing in terms of energy? Are we still energized? People still in the room with me? Okay, it's just me. Great. I think Friday afternoon starts early today. When I came in today and when I looked at the program, I honestly felt there was not really a link between all the different presentations. But now that we're getting in and we're getting an understanding of all these different topics, I do see a link. So we started with storytelling in the morning. How can we use data to tell our story in an interesting way? Then we moved on to the importance of data, and especially how to manage it in a good way. And the next presentation is all about how to build a data product and the do's and don'ts. So on stage with me, we have Henk Griffioen. He's a principal data scientist here at Xebia, and he is giving a presentation together with Romy van Gils from Interfood, and they will share their lessons learned from building a data product. So please give it up for Romy and Henk.
Yes, thanks for joining our talk. So I know that the hardest slot of GoDataFest is actually the slot after this, because you're over your coffee high and you're hungry. So we thought we make it a bit more light, not too tacky, and give you like a BuzzFeed format, 7 lessons from building a data product in 6 months. I think building data products can be challenging. They're like tacky stuff, it's really abstract. And in an industry like dairy trading, it can be even more. It can be even harder. And then if you have a lot of changing requirements, tight deadlines, scattered data sources, it gets worse and worse and worse. So we would like to present you some lessons learned. This is Romy.
Hi, I'm from Interfood. I'm a process information manager, so I'm basically working with our commercial team to get all of the innovations and digitalization done. So linking IT and the business.
And I'm Henk Griffioen. So I've had, in my 7.5 years at Xebia Data, I've had many different roles: data scientist, data engineer, product owner, manager, machine learning engineer. Now I'm a bit like a data strategist. And at this project at Interfood, I had to execute again. So first was a lot of enabling roles, so now I had to do it again. Basically, I had a lot of a big toolbox with many different tricks, not only engineering. And in this presentation, we'll show a few of them. So there will be some obvious statements. So that's all fine. As long as you learn one new thing, we're happy. First lesson.
Maybe a very brief introduction, because probably you don't know Interfood yet. But we are the link between dairy suppliers and our customers. So we're in the full supply chain. We do 3.6 billion turnover and 1.2 million metric tons of dairy products. That's around 45,000 trucks a year. We are in 14 offices globally, and we have over 350 employees. So just to give you a brief idea of where we are and what we do, our biggest office is in Bladel, which you probably don't know, but it's in the south of the Netherlands. So I'm happy to speak English. You don't hear my accent today.
And for me, it was really interesting to go into food because I think it's an interesting case because it's a trading firm first. So it's not focused on tech, but still we could do quite some interesting techy stuff here. Then it should.
Okay. Well, lesson 1, there's more to the milk. So what is a commodity market? For you that don't know, it's a marketplace where you buy and sell raw products or raw materials. So you have hard commodities and soft commodities. Hard commodities are commodities that are mined or have to be extracted. So you can think of oil or you can think of gold. And soft commodities are mainly agricultural products. So corn, wheat, coffee, but also dairy. And what makes dairy interesting, it's, what you see already here is our dairy tree. So you start with the raw milk on the left-hand side, but you have a lot of products that you can make from milk.
And for me, this is also quite mind-blown because when I go to a client, I try to prepare. So I read a bit about training, like trading, but also econometric modeling and risk and all that kind of stuff. But what I totally missed that I had to follow a one-day course with Romy about all these dairy products, how they're made, and what all these abbreviations are about.
Yeah, because before you can build a product, you first have to understand a bit what the business is doing. And next to complex processes in terms of the products, we also have many different elements to consider before we're doing a deal. So we have many customers, many suppliers, which we can make matches to buy and sell and to make sure that our customers get the best price for the product. So that means that we have complexity in origins, but also in transport, for example, and you can think of many other components that are involved in transporting a product from A to B. So, and that is also what the project was about, or actually one of the projects was about. So here you also see the application, just a screenshot of what we have been developing and still continue developing. So, yeah.
Yeah, and basically the idea was a trader would make a trade and they would need to have a benchmark of all the cost components that were part of it. So it can be shipping cost, financing cost, insurance cost, what the stock market will do in a year or so. All that had to be combined in one number. And that's of course quite complex to really understand all of that. So lesson 2 is make it tangible. Or the proof of this delicious pudding is in the eating. So back in my early data science days, it was always a bit ironic that we would build advanced data science models, but nobody was impressed until we built a dashboard. And I think the same holds for data projects, where you don't necessarily do fancy stuff. And this is how we would, a few years back, would explain data products. So you have a data, you build some logic on top of it, and in the end, you want something that is usable, that your end user want to use. And what we would do is then we would explain, don't start with the data, because you don't start with building all the data sources, but it's better go to the full stack at once. So think of a full end-to-end solution where you have some kind of UI, you have the logic in place, and only then you go to the data pipelines. But in this project, I think we realized really that is also the wrong approach. You have to flip the pyramid upside down. So you really have to focus more and more on this usability, especially for these abstract projects like data products. So how does it work? So back in the days, this is, I think 2 years ago, is how I thought the process looked like. So you start with a proof of concept, so you try something out. If that works, you start building a product, and basically that you expand in functionality until you have your full solution that you want to have. But here we did something different. So we had 2 phases in between, and then one was a mock-up. So again, we started with Excel, of course, as all good data projects start. The proof of concept was in Excel. But then the interview started, so a full week of interviews.
Yeah, so we invited over UX designers to really shape that front end. So how does the app need to look? So we're first going to start with the end product before we're actually going to develop something. So that's what we spent a lot of time on with our users to actually know what we're looking for.
Yeah, and then we started building this prototype, so how we thought the UI would look like for our part. And all the logic that was behind it. And so it was more to type whether we to test whether we would understand them, and we got it right, than already start building a solid application. And here I think in the first sprint, people were already enthusiastic, so they had the idea that we understood them, and we already got some comments what we could improve. And similarly, like the old data science projects, the dashboard again won the enthusiasm.
Right.
Lesson 3. So it's a bit like making butter. So that's also something I learned during the project. So it's really easy to make butter. You just have to churn. So it's not a complex project. You just
so he knows something about dairy.
Yeah. So it's really a lot of work, but it's not that hard. And I think nowadays the same holds for data products, or it should at least hold for data products. But our product was quite complex. So you already saw 2 components. So we had 2 users, the trader and the tester. So the trader in the end uses a mobile app to register the trades, and the tester uses our prototype to benchmark our logic. So we already had to account for that. But there was more to it. So there was also analysts who wanted to benchmark, look at the benchmark historically, go back in time, and we had other functions who needed to supply us with data. So we had to make some kind of data entry app for them, so that finance, for instance, could put in the cost of an insurance. And this nowadays pretty doable. So I think a few years ago it would take you 2 years to build a platform and a full team to maintain, and it's way different now. So this is a basic platform, I think, that we built into Food 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago. Basic components like the sources go in, you ingest them, then you have a place, you ingest them, you load them, you have the place where you do your transformations and the data goes into the marts, and then there's an application layer that uses this data in these data marts to interface with older applications like our app. And we could basically only had to build a few components, so it was really easy. So there's the mobile app that calls an API, built-in fast API, relatively simple nowadays. The prototype was just a Streamlit API, so really ugly bit of Python code that lived also in this application layer. Analysis is basically for free. If you have a stack like this, you just connect your Power BI dashboard directly to the data marts, or you do your own analysis on historical data. And last but not least, building a data entry app was also fairly straightforward because you have this application layer and you can put it back into these data sources. So where previously only really like a big corporate with a big budget could build this, nowadays Interfood trading company can also have this quite advanced stack that is, I think, maintained only by 1 or 2 data engineers.
All right, lesson 4. So over-engineer your process. So what we believe is important is that we keep full track of the process when we're doing a project. And that's also what we did here. So we really involved our traders in the planning, in the demo, in the stand-up, in the retro, to make sure they actually feel also accountable to the product that we're developing and really feel that they are part of the team. So that's what we try to do, and we try to maintain that, and it actually works and gives a very much positive vibe and a constant feedback loop that we have.
Yeah, and as a more engineering person who has also been a product owner, I of course try to engineer this a bit more. So I think you can template everything. So like demo formats, you can refactor that in a clean, nice way so that you don't have to think about it, just fill it in. Start with your team, your planning, your blockers, and you've done that. But also sending out your demo email, that can also be templated. Like a true engineer, just write it once and then reuse it. And even the instructions for all the people, if I was not there, that had to send this demo email, I would just write some instructions so people just had to follow it, and boom, it's all the same. So I think these are nice basics, but you can go even further. And I think I could spend half an hour about all the tips and tweaks that I thought about optimizing my demo, because in the end, the demo is, I think, the core thing how you communicate your results. You can think about picking the optimal time to send the demo to be on the top of the list. So for instance, I scheduled it 8:30 so that you know that on Monday, one of the first emails that I read will be your demo. You can also think about the optimal time and place. So when is everybody in the office, or you do it on Friday because nobody likes doing work any days on Friday. You rather go to a conference or watch a talk or a nice demo. But also small stuff like sending an email with the PDF attached so that it's easy to open, but also share PowerPoint presentations so that people could reuse your slides.
And involve also as much people as possible in your demos, because also our top stakeholders, so our board and our directors, are actually joining some of the presentations to also be involved, and actually we get a lot of feedback from them too. So I think that is very much important, and it also gives you support in the product itself. You need them for that, right?
Yeah, and for me as a techie, it's also sort of easy to then growth hack your demo reach. So you see a new person, you ask them if they want to be in the invite, and then you just send them the email to everybody's an invite who doesn't want to be there, declines, but they still get the email. If they don't want to read the email, it's a quick delete away. And I think it was really nice that I think after a few weeks, like a board member already came up to us and said, "Hey, you two are the guys from this parity project." So that was quite nice to, sort of hack my way into the how do you call it, in the organizational pyramid. So keep your prototype ugly. So it's all about the brains, not beauty. So your prototype, it should look ugly, and also make sure to implement it really ugly. So what am I talking about when I talk about a prototype or an MVP? So for me, a prototype is really to experiment with, experiment with new ideas, and an MVP is really a product, so something that should be solid and that you expose to end users and that you build on further. So a prototype can get big changes, while an MVP mostly has small improvements along the way. And then a prototype is for me something I would build houtje touwtje, as we say in Dutch, so really crappy. And this MVP is production ready. So all is solid, code is tested, code quality is up to scratch. And for our situation, this is then what the prototype was. So for us, the prototype was really the learning path for the final product. And the MVP was everything around the data pipelines, the API, but not the mobile app.
Yeah, I think what's important for us with the prototype, we really wanted to keep it ugly because it's not the end product. It was very much about the feedback and constantly having that involvement from trade, rather than being a tool that they actually used. The funny part was, everyone was talking about this tool, well, no, like some people didn't even see it. So it was actually becoming a term, basically. So everyone was talking about it.
Yeah.
It creates also kind of a buzz.
So you want to create this buzz, but in the end, you don't want to keep maintaining this, because as a data person, I'm not someone who can well build a UI, so that's not for me. So it's a bit, for me, there's like a cookie jar analogy. So last Christmas, so I don't like snacking a lot, but I gave my girlfriend a really nice, fancy cookie jar, so it looks really good. So it now has not central, but a good place in our kitchen. So it's basically, it looks good, so you don't put it in your cupboard, but the downside is now I eat cookies all the time. So what I should have done, this cookie jar, the ugliest thing, whatever, that way we put it away and I would never eat cookies. So make sure it stays ugly. Yeah. And then, I think the most techy part maybe. We had a lot of changes during the project. So each sprint, we got new cost component need to be added. So 1 week is logistics, next week is finance. Changed all the time. Even during a sprint, we got a lot of changes. We could not say to Romy, you have to wait until the next sprint. So we had to adapt continuously. And I think we're now at the state where easy tech can really help you adapt faster. So a few years ago, I think we used to do most of our programming in Python and only a bit in SQL. So SQL is really focused on data and I think really easy to use. but it's a bit limited. So especially for these complex business rules, you would by default easily, more naturally go to something like Python, which supports more advanced statements and is also a bit more maintainable. I can still remember early in my career, I think like 8 years ago, I spent 6 years of my life implementing data science models in SQL, and that was one of the most painful experiences. It's quite painful, don't want to exaggerate, but it's a bit like writing a novel with only 12 words. So you don't have a big dictionary, you still have to express all this complex logic. And I think that has changed. And I think, there's all the talks about this, but I think the data build tool, DBT, there's quite a lot of hype around it, and I think a lot of it is makes actually sense. So it's really about supercharging your SQL. You can add a lot of advanced data transformations with it. So it builds on top of SQL, and you can add more complex logic to it. So it helps you with building, documenting, and testing complex data models.
Yeah, and I think the nice thing about this part is also that, well, I don't have a technical background, but I do understand some, otherwise I wouldn't have been on IT, and I can actually read a lot of this. So it's just very helpful to also make sure that you have the checks with a person that is in between business and IT to make sure that it's also what they want.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these data products are about encapsulating business logic, and then I can program the business logic, but I'm not 100% sure that I'm right. So that's why it's nice that I can try to validate it, and I think it's easier with SQL than with Python. So our final project in the end was only a tiny bit of Python and a lot of SQL and DBT. So and how did we use it? Well, we added one other step to really make it easy, is this ETLT paradigm. So the first step that we did is extract the data from the source and put it on the data lake. So what you do is you get the data, you tweak it a bit, so you only do really limited actions, so like renaming columns, harmonizing them, removing some invalid values, that kind of stuff, and then you put it on the data lake. Next step is putting it in Mart, so this is where all the business logic is at. So this is the big T, the transformation. So you have paradigms like ETL, ELT, and this is then ETLT. So this is where the meat of the project logic should reside. And in the final layer is then the serving layer, so that's where our Python logic was at. So basically the app sends a request to us, we look up the right data, maybe do some tiny calculations, and then we serve it. But everything was already pre-computed. And this decoupling combined with the easy tag made it for us really easy to build and change. So the source logic was all at the beginning, the business logic was in the middle, tiny business logic at the end, but was mostly focused on this serving. And basically, if finance came up with a new idea to rename a column, we only had to change it at one point. So that was really nice. Is there different business logic? We don't need to go to the full stack. It's only at one point that we need to change it.
And I think the nice thing also that you see in the serve part, only 10% of the business logic is in. We were already talking about the end product, that is not the end product that we want to use. So only 10% of the business logic had to be replaced to also go to the new app, to the actual end state of the product. So by having everything in the beginning, make sure that we don't have to replace everything and redo all of the work in the end.
And the final lesson?
Well, there's two things I think that you can never replace within the business. I guess that's WhatsApp, quite familiar, especially for trade. And one they all know, Excel. So
yeah, so we have quite an advanced stack. Not super complex, but it has all the components, and we did our best to get rid of all the Excel. So we tried to connect to the source systems and not be dependent on exports and all that kind of stuff. We made this data entry app with all kind of governance included, so that things that should not live in the source system operational databases, that they had a place to live.
Yeah, and I think for the trader it was also important. So for example, logistics costs, they want to ask like, okay, who was the last one updating that? Who was the last one actually entering that information at what moment in time? Because they always want to see the most accurate information. So that's what we thought. Let's make it different. Let's not use these Excels, and let's actually use a governance for that. But then in the end, we figured out, okay, it's quite hard to kill the Excels because they're just not used to these kind of tools. So you also have to consider your end user in that sense.
Yeah, and the funny thing sort of is that this parity project started in April, and April 1st or April Fool's was also when we released this joke, which is a bit of an insider joke, but it was building a full data stack on top of Excel and all the all Office tools. So use OneNote for governance. What else is there? PowerPoint for presentation, of course. OneDrive for the data lake. So we had some jokes about it, but in the end, we actually partly ended up with a bit of the stack. So that's it. Those are the 7 lessons. Any questions, comments? Time for coffee? No.
Thank you for the presentation. Just to put it into context, could you give like a business use case for this app? What did you use it for?
Yeah, so suppose we have a customer in Asia Pacific that wants to buy something. We can source from multiple regions. So you can source, for example, from EU or Americas or from New Zealand. That's where the milk comes from. So then you have to see how to optimize and to make sure that you can actually offer your customer the best price. So there's many components to add to that, right? So transporting from New Zealand to Asia Pacific is something different than transporting from the Netherlands to there, right? So there's many elements to consider in doing a deal and to make sure that you can actually make it work.
Yeah, it's even more complex than that. Yeah. Or add some illustrations. Yeah. Also about like milk, of course, expires, so you have to be there on time. Like powder is different, but you can also make a deal that you deliver something at the harbor or at the factory. So there's all kind of different deals that you can make, and all those price components need to be rolled up into one number.
And is it then also an app for the end customer that they can, just see live prices, or is it for the traders themselves?
Well, not for now, but a very good idea. I like your thinking.
Other questions?
Thank you for presentation. And also, like traders are not tech persons, am I right?
Yeah, that's true.
But you included them into stand-ups with tech persons.
Yeah.
10 people, tech people. Yeah.
And yes.
How did you do it? Basically, usually not tech people does not like hearing about tech stuff and vice versa.
Yeah, good question. So we involved them in the demos mostly. But I try to make my demos really simple. So don't talk about the tech, but talk about the why and the added value. And that I think this thing in making it more tangible so that they can use it, I think that really works with them because they also started using it, and we got quite some comments in the beginning, but I think in the end they understood it, and then it was all fine. But really making those really easy presentations and thinking about yourself, trying to be a management consultant, like what I try to do, like action titles, big images, things with arrows and text, explain everything. I think that's how you can get them on board. That's the way as a techie I try to get them on board.
Yeah, I think one more thing to add to that is that I think the translator role is very important in that sense. So he might ask for A, but he actually means A1, right? So it's kind of like you kind of have to understand the business to also understand what they're actually asking for. So I think that is important to also have. Yeah, because for me, I also didn't understand all the trick specifics until I had the demo. They would ask me something, and then the homie would answer, and I have to Google it, what they meant. So that's super important.
Yeah. No, I understand about demo, but you also mentioned about stand-up, retro, and including people there, and that was surprised me a lot.
So I think we misrepresented that maybe, but in the stand-up it's mostly the project team. So the traders were only there during demos and sometimes during planning, I think.
Nice. Thank you.
Other questions? Then you gave a really good presentation.
Good.
So thanks again. Give it up for Romy and Henk. Yeah, so the next presentation will start in about 15 minutes. So Henk told us already in the beginning that the presentation after this one is the most difficult one to focus on because then everybody needs a break. So I am giving you a really small break to get energized, get a cup of coffee, stretch your legs, and try to be back in 15 minutes. Then we will start with the next one before lunch.
Oh, snel.
It's almost New Year's Eve, eh? 8, 7, 6, 5. It feels weird to count down, but I'm happy that I got you all back in the room again. I know it's a hard slot. It's the last presentation before lunch, but trust me, this is a really good one to attend. So when we had the small break, I spoke to a few people and I gave a bit of a teaser about this presentation, the era past big data. And I got the question, what do you mean, past big data? I won't tell you the answer, but I have an amazing presenter on stage who will. He will talk, as I said, about the era past big data. He is from a company known as Mother Duck, so please give it up for Til Deumen.
Yeah, thank you. First, a few words about myself. So I'm a software engineer at Mother Duck, and I'm also a part-time PhD student in AI and data management at the UVA, and yeah, a long-time user and contributor to DuckDB. And I joined Mother Duck 2 months ago only, and before that I was working at Hopsworks. That's a company in Sweden that builds machine learning feature stores. And just wanted to share this, like, snapshot of the project that I was working on there, which was essentially the feature store, which has to do a lot of data transformations, joins, point-in-time joins for different machine learning features. Was completely based on Spark using big data technology. And my project was to integrate DuckDB into the system because it's a very responsive, it's a workflow that people usually do in Jupyter notebooks, and they use the Hopsworks platform to do that. And if creating a training data set takes 5 minutes, that means the data scientist sits there and waits 5 minutes for a spinning wheel, so until the data set is finished, so he can start his machine learning experiments. And so by integrating DuckDB and Aeroflight as a transfer protocol, we could get this waiting time and this like iteration time down significantly on the system for small and medium-sized data. And so now I want to talk about this guy. So, and he famously said, big data is dead. Who is that? That's John Tignani, and he's the founder of Mother Duck. And before starting Mother Duck, he was the lead engineer and building BigQuery at Google. So he's worked on a very scalable data analytics system, and he made some observations basically while working on that. And one of these observations is that most people that use these services don't really have that much data. So there is basically a log distribution, and there are some people that have really a lot of data, but there are also the majority of people that don't actually have that much data on the platform. And the second one is even if people have a reasonable amount of data, the workloads, the queries they run, they actually use only a fraction of the data that sits in the data lake. So 99% of our queries use less than 10 gigabytes of data. So even if you have terabytes, petabytes of data, it doesn't mean that you need an analytics engine that can handle a query across all this data, because most queries only run on a very small subset of it. And that is partly because it's this age also of data hoarding. A lot of data is collected and it just sits there, and but it's only rarely touched. So the observation is there's only this 1% of really big data. And you should ask yourself, do you think you really have big data when you're using big data analytic tools? And you only really have huge amounts of big data when you have huge amounts of data. And you need to process, analyze all this data at once. And you're not hoarding your data, hoarding data that you don't need, and you also don't have a way to summarize the data that you have. And the second thing is distributed computing, the technology that powers these big data engines, is really, really painful. Yeah, that's kind of how it feels sometimes to work with these systems. And but the basic principle is to scale out. So we have a big workload, and we have a lot of small machines, and they all do a tiny bit of the work. And so we can scale indefinitely. We can always add more machines. But an alternative to that is to scale up, right? To use one single big machine to do all the processing, and we save network overhead, communication overhead, all this orchestration of these different workers doing tiny bits of work. And maybe the word big data has a new reference when we look at the instance sizes that are now available in the cloud. We can spin up, that's like GCP bare metal servers. And there are really huge servers available now, right? You can get a single machine with 448 cores and 24 terabyte of RAM. So that's a lot of processing power, right? And a lot of memory to keep data in. And that's basically what all comes together to this conclusion. Big data, I mean, it's very strong, of course. Big data has its, right of existence, but also the idea of easy data is very appealing, right? So that's just one thing. What's the other thing? Like, what's true about the world that most people haven't realized yet? As laptops, like the one I'm using here, is actually quite a powerful machine. Like, hardware has changed a lot in the last 10 years. 2012, the largest MacBook had 8 gigabyte of RAM. Now the largest MacBook has 96 gigabyte of RAM. It's a very, very powerful machine, and what we do with it, it mostly sits idle where it's managing some browser tabs, maybe an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, but it sits, a lot of the power basically sits idle on your desk. And yeah, that's an observation that these two guys made as well. That's Hannes Mühlhausen and Merk Rasfeld. They were both researchers at the time at the CWI in Amsterdam, which is the National Research Center for Mathematics and Computer Science, and they have a really renowned database research group. And so Hannes was working there as a researcher. Mark was a PhD student, and they were looking into. They had this really great system that was developed at CWI, which was called MoneyDB, which could also be considered like a system, like an analytical database system for really huge workloads. But they also saw the pain, on the other hand, of people working in R, people working in pandas, and doing things with their data locally that felt like there should be an easier way to do that. And at the time, the alternative was you take something like Postgres database and install it. And then you have a database server and a database client running on your local machine. And they have to communicate with each other through like a network protocol on the same machine. Right? So it occurred that there's something strange, there's something missing. And that's what led to DuckDB. So DuckDB is an analytical database system. I will show more about it on the next slide. But the project really took off. People really felt that it's something different. When you install it, you run the first query, you realize, wow, this is super, super fast. Like the same CSV file I usually process on Spark or Databricks that, I don't know, takes 2 minutes to process. When I do that in DuckDB, it takes 2 seconds or 3 seconds. It's almost unbelievable that it actually did the work. You know, the first time I played with DuckDB, I thought, did it do anything? Like, it shows me a result, but is it true? Like, it didn't take any time to. But yeah, that's kind of the magic of it. And so, what is DuckDB? It's an in-process OLAP system. So it's a system that is optimized to a database system that is optimized to process analytical queries, and it runs inside Python, inside R, inside C++. It's very, very lightweight. And it can run inside the process. It doesn't have a database server. It's just a library. And it's very high performant. And it has full SQL query support and some really nice extensions around that, and various data loaders and an extension mechanism a bit similar to Postgres. And yeah, just to show a chart of that's actually not very up to date, but you see this logarithmic curve of downloads over time, and they have 13,000 stars on GitHub right now, and really a lot of people that very happily use it. A big community on Discord, and you see also blog posts from people. That's from George Fraser. He's 520 CEO, and he looked into like how fast is DuckDB really, and so he did a couple of benchmarks. That's on TPC DS, which is a very, very popular like database benchmark, and he ran this actually on his 2-year-old notebook, right? And you can see that like this red curve here, that's a cloud database system, and you know, this curve is DuckDB. And even up to 300 gigabyte size data set, it's still competing with the cloud solution. And of course, in the smaller sizes, it outperforms them. So just to show a little bit what's under the hood. I already covered that, right? You have a typical database system. It's this application server architecture, and then you have in DuckDB, everything is basically in the process. And in terms of how the engine works, you have a database like SQLite, which are quite comparable in that sense, right? You can you can run SQLite in your process. It's very easy to handle, but it's a system built for transactional workloads. So if you want to, you know, insert data somewhere like single rows, it's really good for that. But if you want to aggregate across columns, it's not great for that. And that's based on, you know, the orientation of the data in the engine. Then you have other libraries like Pandas, NumPy that have a columnar orientation, and they are really good for analytical workloads, and that's something that DuckDB adapted as well. On top of that, it's also vector-based, so the entire column is not processed at once. That means also it doesn't have to fit into memory. It's split up into chunks, so you can also process larger than memory data and exploit things like cache locality and so on and so forth. So that's DuckDB in a terminal. That's probably would be familiar to people that used SQLite in the past. It's the same kind of interface, and run SQL queries there. But what you can do as well, you can pip install it in your Jupyter notebook or in your Python script, and use it like this. It also integrates with pandas and polars. So if you get a query result, you can just do a .df, and you will get back a pandas data frame. You can actually also do it the other way around. You can query your pandas data frame with DuckDB. I don't have an example here, but if you would have a data frame object defined here, let's say you have a df here, you could say select star from df in the query, and it would query the data without the need to copy it to the engine and back. here's an example with polars. So now a bit about the extension ecosystem, what it means. It means you have this core engine, which is really efficient and lightweight. But on top of that, you can install extensions. And one of the most frequently used extensions is this HTTPFS extension, which enables you to read data from S3. So then you can start running analytical queries on S3 and get the result back, for example, as a pandas data frame. And so this is just an example of that. There's also support to read from GCP and Azure to read iceberg tables. So you can basically, the standardization of data formats in these data lakes that has led to the opportunity for DuckDB to be used as a query engine on top of the data that already is in your data lake or warehouse. Right, so if there are workloads that are not so big, you could consider, instead of using the engine you have there that is distributed and has some overhead to run smaller queries, you could say, okay, I use DuckDB instead to do that. So and that's what this extension ecosystem allows you to do. You can also integrate it into dbt. So a lot of people do that to run ETL pipelines. Another thing that is nice, it's the extension of the SQL dialect. So people really like working with the database. You can do things like, in the first query, you can just leave the select star out. You can just say from table, or you can select columns based on this regex expression, and you can read the CSV file without specifying any function. You can just pretend it's a table, and it will read right from there. So it just adds a lot of convenience that people might have been missing with regular SQL. Yeah. So enough about DuckDB. Let's talk about Mother Duck. So DuckDB is this embeddable database, and Mother Duck is a collaborative, serverless platform built or powered by DuckDB. So what does it mean? It's first, it's a low-cost platform, and it has very low friction. I will show it on the next slide. So people that already use DuckDB can use Mother Duck very, very easily and get with it basically an enterprise, like a very, this platform experience, basically. And it's collaborative. Mother Duck you have on your local machine, you do analytics, and then at the point where you want to work with colleagues together on analytic problems, you kind of get stuck. And Mother Duck gives you this multiplayer mode for the analytics. You can work with other people, you can share your analytics results, and on top of that, it also has extended the architecture of DuckDB. I will go into detail. So basically, it's a building block that fits into the modern data stack. And we have a lot of integration partners that are interested in working with us because it seems to, meet their needs that regard. So when you look at the architecture of Mother Duck, so you see on the left side you have this regular DuckDB running in your local shell or in your Python notebook, and then on the server side you have these ducklings that are collaborating with the DuckDB on your end to process larger workloads. And there's everything you need, like authentication, monitoring. That's the difference, right? Instead of saying import DuckDB, connect to your local database file, you just connect to Mother Duck and pass your personal token. And then you can do all the things you would usually do with DuckDB as well, but with the power of Mother Duck and the ducklings. And another thing is the web UI, because DuckDB is doesn't have these dependencies. We can actually compile it to WASM, which is basically which allows you to run DuckDB natively inside your browser. So it's very small, but this is our UI, and you have a query editor there. And when you click run, the query actually runs inside your browser. So that means a result that comes back from the query doesn't necessarily have to be transferred to your client and then shown, but it's right there. So you can do really quick. If you have a dashboard on top of that, and you want to change things, we also have like pivot tables there, and you can just select a different range of data, and the result is instantly there. There's no network overhead, nothing. And so that's enabled by something that's called hybrid execution, which is a model that is based like an execution model that was essentially invented for MotherDuck. And this is a classical execution engine. You would have the application server, and the server does all the work. So in MotherDuck, because we have this powerful DuckDB engine in the client, we can actually do a lot of work in the client already, and only go to the MotherDuck servers if we really need to. And I will give an example about that. So what it means, you have this query, and you have like this right arm here, this S and R data set. These are both large data sets that are on some cloud storage on S3, let's say. So a couple of gigabyte, maybe tens of gigabyte, hundreds of gigabytes. So, and the query involves a join between them and a join with a table that you have locally. So classically, you would either have to upload your data to the cloud, or you would have to download these two big files so you can run the query in either of the two environments. So, but what MotherDuck does, it says, okay, well, this right branch of the query, that's closer to the data that is in the cloud already. And that's really big data. So we can use our duck links to process this join. And after we have done that, and at the same time, concurrently, we process the smaller one on the client. And once this big join is done, the result will be sent to the client, and basically the final result of the query is computed. Yeah. So in general, there are, you can consider MotherDuck as like a cloud data warehouse for people that are not in the 1%. You can do a lot of powerful analytics with it. Other people use it as a query engine for the data lake, in a way you would use DuckDB as well, but with the benefit of the hybrid execution. And another use case we've seen people being interested for in MotherDuck is building data apps. So if you need something that runs, if you want to develop an application that does basically self-service analytics, people are somewhere and they want to see a dashboard and they want to manipulate it, find insights based on your data, then you can have this, or also maybe based on partly local data. Think about, you have this health app, and that shows you, a graph that shows you, I don't know, or like a running app, shows you, okay, everyone else in the world, on average, was so and so active in the last days. Right? That's data that can only be in the cloud. But the local data, like your local tracking information and so on, is right on your local device. So why would you need to upload it if you run a query against both? DuckDB can do that for you and basically generate, or MotherDuck can do that for you and basically generate this graph at very low latency. Yeah, to summarize, big data is that, make data easy. I hope I could explain a little bit where this big data is that comes from, and then laptops are actually really powerful. And servers are also quite big, right? And maybe we don't need to scale out, but we can just scale up. And yeah, a lot of people like DuckDB. We like it as well a lot. And so let's supercharge it. All right. Just a few like facts about the company. We were founded last year. In June this year, we started private beta. Right now, it's publicly available, so you can just go to the website and sign up and start using it. Yeah, we are backed by investors that have a lot of hope in the product and a lot of trust also in the team that it's able to achieve that. And currently, we have 30 employees, and we are distributed in across the US and a few in Europe and remote, and we have 4 people in Amsterdam right now. So that's it. Thank you.
Are there questions?
So thank you for your presentation. It was quite interesting. So if you look at the general data landscape, right? So what we see that a lot of organizations, they have either Databricks or Snowflake or any of the other data warehouses. Where exactly do you see MotherDuck positioned? If you look into
I think that, like, of course, a lot of people, a lot of companies are already on these platforms, and that totally makes sense. I think the question is, like, what are the pain points of these people? What are the things that don't work well currently with this? Like, for example, these very low latency queries or this interactive dashboard or data app experience, and that's something we can help with.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions in the room? Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, but then the people online won't hear it, so that's the whole reason. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Very interesting, especially the queries that run both locally and in the cloud. Have you thought about like application for shared data lakes? Like you have part of your data that is proprietary, part of your data is in a lake, and well, most of the data, as you say, is just sitting there. But you can share it with other companies, because with this infrastructure, you might be able, you know, like all airlines could share certain data that they don't really use anyway.
Yeah, I agree. I think it goes a bit into the direction of maybe also privacy, but also you want to protect your IP while still being able to collaborate with others. And I think hybrid execution is a really promising way to do that. But on the other hand, it's really something that is quite new. Right, it's just a very new concept. So for us included, we are quite curious about actually what people want to do with it and will do with it. And so that sounds like a very valid use case. Yeah.
And the second one, if nobody else, because the local data, like you had this graph with like an execution of a 300 gigabyte file on a 2-year-old laptop. If I download a 300 gigabyte file locally and then start running my queries, like the time saving if I run like a couple is basically none.
Yeah, if you have to download it in the first place, then you probably lose. Yes, of course. It's more, if you have the data locally already, you don't want to upload it just to process it.
And another one then. So within the organizations, many people have these laptops. Can you also connect them in SQL so that you can run the parallel queries on multiple local machines at the same time, like in the team thing you were?
Yeah, okay. See, I think the thing is when you have this, when you run this query and it processes your local data, then you also have the result locally. So if you would start using multiple local machines to do that, then you would have you would quickly go into the same direction the distributed, like the classical distributed system would go to, because then you have to think about, okay, like what are we going to do with the individual results on the different machines? How do we get them together? But the local machines could have different data sets, right? Personalized data sets in some way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like for teams that will have their own data sets on their machines that they're working on, and you would like to query them as well in the entire query that you're writing.
We have this share mechanism for it. So instead of saving intermediate results or like the data that is relevant for you locally, you can also actively create a shared database in the cloud that then other people can use. And with that shared database, you can also share your notebook where you've done the analysis and then.
But then they're still shared in the cloud. But if you go around the cloud, so they make them available, like they have DuckDB on their machine and they have their data sets there. And when I run a query, I can select those, for instance. So without them having to be uploaded to the cloud, it runs locally on their machine when it's on.
Okay, but how? Okay, maybe we can talk about.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it might be a good discussion during lunch. I saw one other question there. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for presentation. But also, let's imagine we have some simple access barrier, something, access door or something like this. And we have, I know, Raspberry Pi there controlling this. Do you see it as like as an opportunity for DuckDB, for Mother Duck, to maybe to include this hybrid execution to not wait a long time from remote server to process data, but also maybe use DuckDB on that Raspberry Pi to calculate something, or maybe use local DuckDB as fail-safe for if remote server is not responding on something like this.
Yeah, okay.
Have you thought about such cases?
So DuckDB itself can run on the Raspberry Pi,
Yeah.
And the Mother Duck extension is also a very lightweight extension for DuckDB, so you can have the DuckDB and the Mother Duck extension running on the Raspberry Pi. And I think it might be a bit tricky when you have these network interrupts and you're in the middle of processing a remote query. I think that's something that should be handled by the Mother Duck extension and the platform. But you can if as long as your query runs on a local data set, it will just run like with a regular DuckDB.
Is it possible, for example, to save somehow the query till the network restored again, or something like this?
No, it's maybe an interesting feature to have. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? One more.
Yes, hi. I was asking, like, okay, so I think Mother Duck is like, that's basically runs in the cloud, right? It's managed by you, or not? Okay. So you said, like, okay, you now have server computers with 484 cores and 24 terabytes of RAM. That would be amazing, but if I'm looking at like basic hardware to buy to run locally, if you have like privacy concerns for your data or something, if you just want to get normal hardware, it's like 265 gigs of RAM and maybe 512. It's like the max you can find, or you have to go to other like professional place, but you cannot. It's not readily available. Basically. So is there also a way still that you basically can connect multiple instances, basically build a cluster which you run as if you're running locally? Is that possible?
So you want to run the. I mean, first to the first point. I guess sure the price doesn't scale linearly with this.
Yeah,
like
it's
very
always
large
scales
sizes.
exponentially.
Yeah?
Like up
Yeah,
till
yeah.
about 265 RAM, you can just
exactly
add more servers,
Like-
and then it goes insane.
Right now, these ducklings, which are basically then these cloud workers, we have two different instance sizes for them. So there's the standard size, which I don't know. I think it's 8 or 16 gigabyte of RAM. It's nothing major, and like the XL size is I'm not entirely sure how big it is, but it's far away from this 24 terabyte size of server. DuckDB can process larger than memory data as well, right? And so there's currently not the idea to have multiple workers working together on a problem, multiple ducklings working together on a problem remotely. And locally, when you have your DuckDB running on a machine, there's also no mechanism native in DuckDB that would allow to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not really worried about that. They actually want concurrently.
Yeah.
More that maybe you can split also for disk size, because you also run into, like, most servers can handle at most 8 disks.
Yeah.
And if you have data which, well, you want to have at least RAID 1. So basically you have like 4 disks. So if the data is bigger than the 4 disks, that you can say, like, okay, basically like you set a timestamp split over different machines, and then but you can just use one query and it splits basically the query to multiple things.
Sure. I mean, you can have this. You have filter push down in the DuckDB readers. So if you have, I mean, probably you could have abstract storage abstraction on top of your servers, right? That just presents them as one to DuckDB. And then you can have the data partitioned across them. Okay. So, and then when you have a filter in your query, which filters on these partition keys, then it would always only access the disk that is relevant for the query.
Okay, interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Nice.
More questions? Now people are like, no, we want lunch. I get that. So please give it one more time. Up for Til.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wow. Thank you. Appreciate it. Wow.
Til will be here for lunch as well. So if you have questions on Mother Duck or DuckDB, he will be here to answer those as well. If you're wondering, how can I integrate this in my platform, then please reach out to someone from Xebia. You recognize us by the black polos. For now, the moment I think many people might be waiting for. We have lunch. We will start again at 1 with the next presentation. So please try to gather here at least 5 minutes before 1, so we won't run into issues with the program. Thanks again, and see you guys soon.
I should have said I don't drink alcohol. Oh, no.
Is it working?
Yes, another countdown has finished, and we're here for the second part of the program. I hope you all had a good lunch. You're energized again. Come on. Before lunch, I accepted it that it was not that high energy as I was hoping for, but now I might expect a bit better. So how are we feeling? Are we still there? Are we excited? Yes, I love it. So the next talk is, I think, about a topic that we cannot ignore anymore. If it's a talk show, a newspaper, a big data expo, whatever event you're going to, I think generative AI is everywhere. And the next talk will only enlighten us more about this amazing topic. Democratize information with LLMs by the one and only analytics engineer of Xebia, Erkan. Please give it up.
Now you can. Okay, cool. Welcome everyone to my talk. Thanks, Eva, for introducing me. Today I'm going to be talking about how to democratize information with LLMs. Just to start with myself, who am I? Well, my name is Erkan. I'm an analytics engineer at Xebia Data, this company, obviously. I love doing LLM things, and I'm a big fan of democracy. I think this is all you need to know for this topic. If you want to know more, I will be around after the talk. The flow for today will be, first I will be talking about what is data democratization and how LLMs can actually help us achieving that. And then I will be showcasing the 3 sort of real-world example products I built with LLMs with the idea of democratizing information for everyone. The first one will be something I called that AI analyst or data analyst, and it will show you how GPT-4 can query information for us and let us actually talk to a database without needing any intermediaries, any data analysts or whatsoever. The second example will be what I call Xebia, cool name, I hope. And in this one, I will talk about how we actually transform the way we use CVs at Xebia as Xebia data consultants, and of course, again, using GPT-4. And the last one will be House MD. And in that one, I will be talking about how GPT-4 can be useful in an actual professional scenario for certain professions, like lawyers, doctors, or even painters, I guess, but I don't know. So, what is the data democratization? I think in the most simplest term, it is making data accessible for anyone without needing intermediaries. And I believe LLMs can help us enormously in that ambition or goal, because LLMs can understand our natural language. LLMs can comprehend information much faster than any of us can ever do, and they can synthesize output in any desired format. And I believe combining these things, we can actually deliver people the information they need in the format they ask for, at the time they need, without needing any people in the process. And this amazing diagram I made on the right-hand side shows my philosophy of designing these LLM apps. In the middle, you have a computer, which is the app or the interface that the user interacts with. This is the GPT-4 logo, and this is the information base. So I think the app always should be able to take this information, translate it in a way that GPT can actually understand and access that information, and then it will communicate with the user, so it can take the prompt and understand the question. It can talk to the information database, extract something out of it, give it to GPT, and then GPT can produce what the user actually wants for. The first example is a product I built, which is called that AI analyst. So imagine you wake up as a CEO of a company for a moment, and then that day you feel like giving a raise to one of your salespeople, and you want to know, who can I give this raise to? What are our options here? First one is ask your analyst to build a dashboard that is probably wrong. The second option is ask your assistant or whoever to gather this information for you. Or, obviously, you can use the data analyst tool that we've built. So just to showcase you, this is the cute web application I made. It has a query prompt. You can ask questions in natural language, and it can actually talk to the database and retrieve the information and show it to you. There is a fictional US trading company database that is underneath this program. I think it only includes 2013, 14, 15, and 16 years. So it's a fictional database. But let me show you how it actually works. So a simple question. What is our revenue in 2016? And when you do that, the thing actually talks to the database and shows you your revenue for 2016. What is our revenue per year? When you do that, it should ideally give you our revenue numbers per year. Come on, yeah, it did. You can do simple stuff like order by year descending. It should do that. I'm pretty afraid it will fail me at some point, but let's see. Okay, so these are revenue numbers. You can actually go a bit deeper. People that know how to use SQL will understand why this is more complex. What is our revenue per year? By month. Let's see. Did I click it? Oh, yeah. Yes, I love you. Okay. So as you can see, you actually can ask this program to give you your revenue per month, per year. It can do window functions unless it is not super complex. Of course, it is not going to produce like the 5 pages long SQL code that we see at some companies with like tens of CTs in between. But yeah, this is basically how it works. So we can, my goal was to give someone a raise, right? So we can go, who are our top, yeah, I actually asked it, okay. Who are our top 5 best performing sales people, let's say in 2016, because I want to reward current performance, let's say. Okay, so you can see that I don't actually tell it anything. It takes the employee name. There is apparently also a column called preferred name in the database. It decided to take that one as well. But we can see that Taj is actually doing pretty good. And the second one is Archer, and so on, and so on. So I think the raise will go to Taj. But you can also, okay, one more example maybe. What are the best selling products? And I will actually cut it there, okay. Yeah, it gave us a, it gave us a whole list, okay, what are the top 10 best selling products? So it should limit the result to 10 now. Yeah, so these are your top selling products with the total sales count, but of course, show revenues as well. I'm not really interested in count, I'm interested in money, so it should add the revenue column now, yes. This is how it works. Now, how it actually works is that, actually let me go to the slide first and then maybe I can explain a bit better. Okay. So, this is me, this is the CEO, this is the company's database, this is GPT-4 obviously, and this is the app that I built, which is Data Analyst. What happens is that when I ask a question, the app talks to the database and retrieves information schema from the database. It takes table names, it takes columns in those tables, it takes data types and stuff. And then the app shares this information with GPT and asks, this is the question, this is your database, please write me a query that can actually answer this business question. And then GPT returns me a query. I take this query and run this against the database. Sometimes the database obviously throws an error. I mean, it does to me all the time. This is my daily job. I sometimes make a mistake in SQL. And what I do is that I read the error message. I try to understand what is wrong. I fix my query, and then I run it again. GPT can obviously do the same thing. So if it fails, for once, I go to GPT, hey, this is my question, this is the database, this is the query you returned to me. I tried to run it, but it produced an error. This is the error, please fix it. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. If it doesn't, because I only try it once, if it doesn't, then I ask GPT to come up with a sensible explanation or a recommendation why this might have happened. Now, I will ask a very weird question to maybe showcase that. What is the average, I don't know, marriage duration of my employees? So when I ask this, you can actually see here real time what happens. I take the information schema, the column names and stuff. Here I Here I received an error, and I say, this is the error, can you please fix the query? And then, let's see what it actually returned to me. The query failed because the schema does not have any columns related to marriage duration for employees. To answer the question, you would need to add column, marriage duration, to the dim employee table, and then collect the relevant data. I know this marriage example is very stupid, but I guess you can see the point. If we don't have any type of information, it can actually produce a sort of, I think, a nice explanation for us as well, or a recommendation. And then, yeah, the salesperson gets a raise. That's the last point. But I think this is all I can tell about this program. And then we will move to Xebia. Okay. So imagine, again, your company one day decides to change their name from GoData Driven to Xebia Data. You can guess to who this happened, you know. And then they created a new CV template. This is the old one, and this is the new landscape one that we are using currently as consultants. So I need to update my CV. As a diehard procrastinator, what are my options? I can be a good kid and just update my CV in Word in about, I guess, half an hour, right? But no, of course. I made a program that can generate CV visuals, the PDF you see on the bottom right corner, from YAML, CV as code, maybe if you want to call it that way. How it works is that I have a Tom Cruise example here. Here I provide, this is a Streamlit app, and Tom Cruise's CV is in YAML format provided here already. You can do your changes, like let's make this Erkan Çelen, stunt engineer, yeah, analytics engineer. When you click, you will see these changes happening here, although probably a bit blurry now. But this is basically the idea. I can edit my CV, we can store my CV as code, and my CV now is actually in a structured data format, so we can actually query this data rather than dealing with all those PDFs. Now, I made this to make the CV creation job easy for myself, but then as Xebia Data, we always look into the future. We want to be the best. And then I showed this to our CTO, Niels. And then, of course, he said, yeah, this is nice, but then he said, why don't you use GPT to generate that YAML in the first place? And I was like, yeah, okay, sounds cool. I didn't really know how I could achieve that, but I said, yeah, sure, I will do it. And then this happened. John Wick, yeah, okay. So I created Xebia YAML assistant here. What it does is that it can actually take a PDF, converts it to text, feeds it into GPT, and then it can create the YAML for myself. So procrastinators don't have to write the YAML at the first place. So Erkan CV May. This is my personal CV. Don't take my phone number, but yeah, this is my personal CV. I'm not even going to be converting this. I'm not even going to be converting a GoData-driven CV to a Xebia Data CV. This is my personal CV. Imagine I am a new joiner to this company, and I need a new CV so that our salespeople can actually put me in projects. So what I do is I take this CV, feed it into the program, and when I do, now it first extracted text from my CV. Let me make this bigger. And then it starts asking question. What's this person's name? Erkan. What's his surname? It's Çelen. What does he do? He's an analytics engineer. My mail address and stuff. What is slightly more interesting is that I don't have any about me or biography section in my personal CV, but I ask GPT to actually check for it. What does this person's about me section say? If you cannot find an about me section, generate an appropriate one based on this person's CV. Keep it short and informal, no more than 75 words. Give me only the text. This is how I use GPT's intelligence, let's say, to generate something that doesn't actually exist in the CV. And the next interesting thing is that what are this person's education degrees? Because most of us have like 2, 3, 4 education degrees, and I need to somehow iterate between these degrees to take all the information I want. And this is the solution I came up with. I just say, what is this person's education degrees? Remove commas in degree names, if any. Give me only the degree names separated by commas, and order them from newest to the oldest. So I get a master's in economics, industrial engineering, and then economics. So I know for which degrees I need to search information for. And then what happens is that I ask for each one of them, I iterate over the degrees, and I ask when did they study MSc economics, and where did they study MSc economics? Then I go, where did they study industrial engineering, and when did they do it? When the whole process is done, where are we now? Okay, we are still doing the CV thing, but when whole process is done, it should be where are we now? Yeah, we have a few more to go. Let's wait for that to finish. When the whole process is done, I will get my YAML. And here you can actually see the list of questions I prepared to take any PDF and convert it into a YAML that would enable me to create a Xebia data CV out of it. Okay, I see Excel here. This must be really old. Maybe it's, okay, it's completed. So this is what the app's output actually gives me. I just gave it a PDF, and it gave me the whole YAML. So if I take it and paste it here, then I basically have my new Xebia data CV. Archon GDD CV, let's see, okay. So here, just one more step, because I like this step. If I take my photo here and put it in this cropping tool, I will then replace the face of Tom Cruise with mine. Okay. Then you download it. And here I have my Xebia data CV. I didn't really touch it. I didn't do anything. I don't list my programming tech or languages in my CV. It just, I do languages, but it just takes these from my work experience and stuff. And it's actually pretty good how GPT actually classifies them. It can see my old roles, so it can generate this part for me. If there's anything wrong, it's not really tough to fix it. I don't have an about me, I don't have a biography, but it produces everything for me. And it takes my past experience, my email and stuff. This is basically what it does. Now, you may ask, I think I actually already explained how this thing works. But yeah, there's an app in between, the app that I designed. It takes a PDF, converts it to text, talks to GPT, and then return the YAML to me. You may ask, like, which part of this actually data democratization? Well, we are converting these PDFs into structured YAMLs that are actually structured data files so that anyone with our traditional techniques will be able to access this information, and you can basically start asking questions about your consultant's CVs. And I think for a company like us, this is actually pretty helpful, because then you can see what is, like, how many projects does a consultant do in a year or so, or like what is the average duration. How many of our consultants actually have any experience with Databricks? How many of our consultants have this certification or that certification? This is how I think this thing can help us democratize our CV information. And I think this is all I can say about this product, which will take us to the last one. Yeah. So again, this time you are going to imagine that you're a doctor, and you sometimes wish you could remember all the things you learned from all the books you've read. What are your options now? You can trust your memory and expertise. Of course, you should do that. But I think we can provide you a little assistance, again, using the intelligence of GPT-4. How so? So again, no surprise. I built something for that. I named it House MD. And I envisioned this to act as an assistant to a doctor trying to diagnose a patient. The patient comes in. Let's pretend it is me. And let's say my patient can't raise his shoulder forward or sideways. Backwards is fine. He feels substantial pain in front shoulder. So this is what I experienced a few days ago, actually. Let's see what it's gonna tell us. So it says your patient may have a rupture of long head of biceps, which is actually the case. This is suggested by sudden pain in front of the shoulder during an activity, a snapping sensation, and blah blah. What is cool here is that it actually gives me a reference. Oh no, come on, really? I can't write the whole thing, come on. Okay. Well, the question changed now. Sorry for that. Now I have a burning feeling in my stomach. Then it can be gastro something reflux or gastritis. And let's see. If I'm lying flat, that can get worse, yeah. Things like that. And then it actually references the whole medical diagnosis book for me. And when you click on these references, you can actually see the book. And you can maybe sort of refresh your memory, because in this one, here you have gastritis and the whole explanation about that. And in the other one, it should be the other gastro something reflux, yeah. And you can actually ask follow-up questions like, what tests should be ordered to make sure? And when we do, the same process should happen. Yeah, so to properly diagnose this condition, the investigations can include FBC, something, some tests. I really don't understand, but you can again go and double check yourself, because all this information is actually in this medical diagnosis book. Now, I know trying to help a doctor like this may feel like a bit overarching, but think about lawyers. I think a lawyer spends most of their time trying to find similar cases in the past, similar decisions, at least in the US. And then they have to do this whole research. They can just come here, they can just summarize the case at hand, and they can get, in a second, 10, 20, 30 similar cases from the past, with the references, with the actual documents that they can read for. So how this thing actually works. Let me explain that. So this one is slightly more complex, and I've actually built this on top of an Azure template that already exists. There is cognitive search service in Azure. There are similar services in all major cloud providers. What it does is that you can feed in thousands of pages in unstructured format. In this case, it's PDFs. And this cognitive search takes all this information, breaks it down into small chunks, indexes them, and then when you actually ask a query, the app tells cognitive search, hey, this is the question. Then the cognitive search ranks all these chunks by similarity or relevancy to the question, and then it can return you the top 5, top 10 most similar chunks of information, so that you can take that information, give it to GPT, and be like, okay, these are the symptoms, these are the chunks of information I can find. What can we tell to this doctor to help him out? And you can actually see the thought process here. This is the supporting content that cognitive search returns to GPT. And then the thought process is something like, yeah, you are an assistant for medical diagnosis and stuff. These are the chunks of information that cognitive search retrieved for you. And then in the end, GPT taking all this information, comes up with something, summarizes it, and synthesizes a response in which it also gives some follow-up questions or the direct link to the page that we are talking about. Yeah, I think that's everything here. Yeah, and the app displays these info in a chat, obviously, a chat-like interface. So with that, actually, I would come to my conclusion. This is what I think. We can make piles of information available to GPT, and then GPT can make that piles of information available to others in various shapes, most of the time without needing any intermediary people. And I like to think that GPT was introduced actually in November 2022, not even a full year ago. So yeah, I'm going to finish off with this cheesy line, like imagine what can be possible in only a few years of time. This is something that really excites me. And that will be it. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have questions, obviously, it's the time.
Thank you for the presentation. It was really interesting. With the lawyer example, I think there's been a recent example also of looking for reference cases and that going terribly wrong, leading to my question, with using natural language, what are the prerequisites of having the data available in such a way that that you don't get answers back that will be wrong, but you have no clue because it seems like I asked a question and I got a response, so it must be right.
Yeah.
What are the prerequisites that you need to organize in order for this to be used, for example, in your dashboarding tools within a company?
You mean to check for correctness? Well, first of all, I never assume what I receive is correct, and that is why in the medical example, I give, or the GPT gives, actual references. So in a lawyer's case, I think what you would get would be, I don't know, 20 different cases with links to them, and then it's your job to go check them out. How this thing actually helps you is that it can still show you a pretty good 20 references rather than you have to go to your library or whatever tool they use. I really don't know. But it can immensely shorten this period of research. Or for the doctor, they can actually show some relevant information. But in the end, especially in these very professional, tight contexts, I think we should really be careful in that sense. Is there any way to check that the returned information is correct? I honestly don't think so. So that's why we really need to check them ourselves. But at least we can use the tools that already exist, like this cognitive search or relevancy ranking, and then get a better result than nothing. This is what I think.
In the first one with the YAML, have you tried, because now you put the PDF to text and then basically make it search for certain parts in the text, but to just give GPT an example of the YAML file you want, and just input the thing and then create like a GPT agent, something like AutoGPT to basically make itself adjust?
Yeah, I tried. You mean generating the YAML from a existing schema, right? Existing example, rather than asking all the questions one by one. Yeah, I tried, of course. There are several possibilities to do that. One is, I think, Pydantic. The other one is using GPT functions that was recently introduced. The problem with CV is that it's huge. It's not really just a 5 fields JSON item. It is really huge, and there is very unstructured, strange information in it. So when I tried, in all of my tries, it just failed to generate that probably 2 pages long YAML for myself. That is why I went for a one-by-one, very granular approach, and that was the only way that I could produce very reliable results, because this thing almost never fails now. The resulting YAML is almost always correct. The other approach is, I would really love to ask only one question instead of asking 20 questions in a row. But this was my solution, also to iterate between your education degrees or your job experiences. Because how I do that is I ask a question, I get a list separated by commas, and then I split them again and iterate over and ask the same questions over and over again for each job, for each education, each certification, and stuff like that.
And have you also tried with the like a GPT agent that corrects itself with like 100 tries? If it came up with anything similar?
No, I didn't. I didn't really force try like that. No.
Okay.
Well, it's a good idea. I can try it out.
And maybe the second one on the Azure something, is that like just a vector database, or is it something different?
Which one? This one?
The Azure Cognitive Search.
Ah, yeah, I didn't mention that. So no, Azure Cognitive Search is just a service. Here in this example, the medical example, I have a medical diagnosis book that is about 1,000 pages long. That includes different diseases and how to diagnose them, how to test and stuff. So underneath there are 1,000 pages of PDF files. What Cognitive Search does for me is that it splits them in chunks, indexes them, and when I ask something to it, it can then order them by relevancy.
How is that different from a vector database in a sense?
A what database?
A vector data, so that you vector your data.
Yeah.
Basically, that also like creates the searchability for.
Well, I am not really sure. I'm not really an expert of that part. I just know how to use that. I'm sorry, I cannot. I cannot.
No,
really help you with
I
that.
don't know Azure Cognitive Search. Just wondering if it was a vector database or not.
Yeah, for all I know, it indexes those chunks and returns me relevancy results. Sorry.
Hi, I was just wondering, how would you go around with the subject of security? Because a lot of companies are really insecure about using these kinds of solutions, I suppose.
Mhm.
Do you have any thoughts about security, or even building your own GPT environment just to have a secure environment?
Yeah, all the things that I showcased here use our own Azure Playground. So I don't really actually talk to the public GPT agent here. I am only talking to our instance of GPT-4. So ideally, it should stay within the boundaries of our cloud. Now, you can again be concerned about the security of such a thing. But then, yeah, in that cloud, we keep all of our like databases. All information is already there. So I'm not sure if that's another layer of concern. But
maybe.
Probably it is, yeah.
Other questions? Maybe a question from my side. Who would trust the house MD? So don't go to a doctor anymore. Just oh no. Even though you put documentation behind, there's still no trust. Oh, I see one more question.
So you said that the cloud, like it's in your private cloud and so on, but you are retrieving Oxford handbooks for the diagnoses and other stuff. So actually, it somehow knows about data from outside world.
It's what?
Knows about data from outside world.
No, it doesn't. It's because I put the book there.
Ah.
Yeah. It only has access to that information.
Okay. But you cannot upload all the documents regarding all the diseases into your own cloud. Most probably it's not scalable enough.
No, you cannot. But for a specific use case, I think you can do pretty much. For the lawyer's example, you can actually get that data somehow. You probably shouldn't scrape that, but like you can only get a set of like case decisions of US, and that wouldn't be too much. It's not about putting everything on the internet onto your cloud, but for a specific use case. Like I think here I can maybe include the most recent 10 medical diagnosis books instead of one, and I think it's still doable. Yeah.
I think it was the first example with the sales bonuses that.
Yeah.
So I think LLM are not so good with numbers. That's what I know at least. So how are you calculating? Is it just one table, very clean table in the back, or do you have a model in the back that it calculates all the revenue, the top performing products?
Yeah, we have a. So the thing is, I have a database. You can actually see it here. This is a fictional database. You have fact sales table. Then you have several accompanying dimensional tables. So it's actually a star schema. And what I do is, here you can see GPT talking to the database. And it actually gets the information schema for each one of those tables with the column names and the data types and stuff. So what GPT knows is 6 tables, their names, all the columns, column names, and data types in them. And then I don't do anything more than that. I just say, this is your database. This is the question. The question is, what is my revenue per year? And GPT is actually smart enough to know that it needs to aggregate the records and fact sales for each year. And then to get the sales employee, that it needs to go to the DIM employee table and get the name field.
And then do you do anything particular that it answers with the table at a certain?
Yes, that's
it looks like a
yeah. Let me explain a bit more. So this was the error run. Let's find a SQL query. Okay. So this is what I get from GPT as my SQL query. Now I have the query, right? So I just run it against the database. I get the result, and I put the result on my web application. So GPT is only involved until this part. After that, it's a web application that acts as an interface between GPT and you.
Okay, now it's clear. You receive an SQL query
Yes.
as an answer. Okay, clear.
That's all I receive.
Very cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Some final questions? No? Okay, then thank you, Erkan, for your presentation.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for listening. Oh, really? What is that?
I have no clue.
First time I'm okay.
Thank you. Okay, so we will slowly move on to the next presentation. They will help you in the back. It's okay.
Okay. Can't I? Okay.
You can just take it, and then IT guy will help you.
Okay.
Whoop. Yeah. Can you bring this to Erkan? Thank you. Okay, so where we had a generative AI topic in the previous talk, we'll still stay in the job title analytics engineer, but we move to a slightly different talk. In this case, it's all about a guideline onto how to build a CI/CD pipeline with dbt. So it's a different topic, but same expertise who will be guiding us through the presentation. He is a colleague from our office in Eindhoven. So Xebia Data has recently expanded to the south as well. And hopefully he can enlighten us today about his knowledge on how to do the CI/CD pipeline in dbt. It will be a guideline, so I hope you're ready for takeoff. And I would like to give the word to Maurice Veldman.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, also pleasant that you said takeoff, because we're going on a flight, and this is the flight schedule, the flight plan. But before we take off, I will introduce the crew and talk a little bit about analytics engineering. Then we do the aircraft introduction. What is dbt? Because we're going to use dbt for it. And also, maybe a little bit overdone, but what's CI/CD, in case you missed it. And then we will take off. We will go with the project setup, the CI/CD setup, and of course a demo, because we want to see it all live in action. And after that, you're all free to fly off and practice yourself. So the crew presentation, it's worth mentioning that I have a colleague in the south. It's Lucas. He read some blog posts about the presentation I made today. And yeah, I'm the one presenting it. So I'm your steward, I'm your pilot for today. I bring it all. Okay, and then, analytics engineer. I call myself an analytics engineer, but what's what's analytics engineering for me? It's a combination of data engineering. So I build the pipelines, I work with data, but I also work in lines of business where I do the analytics part. And I guess the most important thing to mention is that we use modern software engineering practices. So it's not only about the analytics, it's not only about the data, it's all combined together to make the best analytics pipelines. Okay, so that's about the crew and the analytics engineering part. Now let's talk a little bit more about DBT. Now, and before I talk a little bit about what is DBT, I guess it's better to say why people love working with DBT. There are 3 roles that I can define. It are the analytics engineers, it are the data analysts, and the end users. Now, normally with data engineering, you have this boilerplate, especially when you work with databases. You have to create a script to create the tables. If you do to alter something, you need boilerplates for that. Now, that is not necessary with DBT. Another thing, it's you have a data lake, you have a database. Yeah, with DBT it doesn't matter. DBT is agnostic. You just write SQL and it can be executed everywhere. So you work in the same environment in a web-based IDE where you can work together. And another nice thing, testing and documentation, it's not a separate thing. It all goes hand in hand. In the same tool, you can write your tests, your documentation, your code. Yeah, that's real powerful to me. And also, a DAG, you can just visually see where the data comes from and where it is going to. And if you run your pipeline, you can also say, run everything upstream or run everything downstream, or just take this model and run everything that's up and down. And yeah, for the analyst and the business, it's trust your data. You know where it comes from. It's documented already, and it's not a manual process, so it's not a burden for the developer. So that's why we love DBT. Yeah, what is it? Now I would say SQL first. You just write SQL code. It's no ETL package where you have to drag and drop stages on a canvas and drag lines. No, you write actual code, SQL, and the development testing is done in the same go. Yeah, you can easily schedule it by the tool. Yeah, and the benefits are safely contribution, no more documentation outside, and there's no need for an external orchestration tool to schedule your pipelines. It can all be done in DBT Cloud. If you have to visualize this, DBT is the platform. It doesn't do the ingestion. The ingestion is done, but it starts when the data arrives on the data platform, the database or whatever. There you can develop your code, your tests, and you can also deploy from one environment to the other. Yeah, and that's necessary for the BI tools, the ML models, whatever you want to create. This platform creates it for you. And it's agnostic. So if you run on Snowflake, Databricks, Azure, it doesn't matter. That makes it real powerful. I would say one tool to rule them all. Okay, now if we talk a little bit more on how this looks like. This is the web UI. I put it in dark mode. If you prefer white, it's also possible. But and in above you have just like a normal editor. You have your files where you can write the SQL statements. Now there is some options to do some configuration, especially when you work with data delta tables. You want to put something in the headers of the file, some configuration. You put it there, and the real thing that's specific to DBT, you don't write the actual table name. You put in some macro where you say, I reference this model and it comes from, it's in the tree to the left. You just type in other model's name, and DBT knows by this what models is dependent on another model. And the nice thing is then you write it here, you have these buttons, and you can say just preview. The SQL will be executed, you will see the results. But also if you look a little bit more down, you will see also the lineage diagram. So if you change something, you also know which other models are affected, what do I need to test. And then about the documentation, we use YAML. It's a markup language where you specify this model, it has a description, but the nice thing is you can also attach tests to it. And a test, yeah, here are a few simple. The column has to be unique, and it cannot be null by that sense. But yeah, it can also be more advanced, and there are also additional packages that you can install, like dbt, create expectations, or to make it complex and to verify if the case is met or not. And yeah, about the documentation, if you fill this in here programmatically, the YAML, the SQL files. Now, if you say dbt generate docs, now you will get this document page where you see your models, the descriptions, metadata about your table, but you can also view the code. It's on the left. You just see the SQL that is typed. And you can also generate a lineage graph out of this. So I have here a more complex example, multiple models, and you see the lines. You can zoom in, show everything downstream. Yeah, it's real easy to make impact analysis. And by the way, if there are questions, please raise your hand, and then I will elaborate more. So this is the intro about dbt. Then move on to the CI/CD. So what do we want with CI/CD? So we want continuous integrate and continuous delivery and deployment. Meaning that during design time, building code development, we want to test early and we don't want to wait until we are on an acceptance or pre-prod environment before we see something happening. We want to do it all up front. That's why we specify these tests. It can be during the development, but you also want to have this running on a daily basis on an acceptance or production environment evenly, so that you continuously know that your quality measurements are met. So the CI lives on both sides. It's not only on the development side, but it also runs in your daily pipelines, just to check if everything is okay, so that you can deliver trustworthy data to your business users. Okay, that's a little bit about what's dbt and what is CI/CD. Let's move over to the next part. We will start with the project setup. Now, if I want to visualize what I've built, how you should set it up. So we use BigQuery. Now we have 2 BigQuery projects. In one environment, we host as well as a dev environment as an acceptance, and the production one is separated. Now we use one dbt project where we have these 3 environments. So on BigQuery it are 2, here it are 3. So we have the dev where we develop, and from dev, if we commit something and we create a pull request, then we see that pre-prod is triggered. It triggers on every pull request, and we also have a daily scheduled job. That's why we continuously want to test if everything is still healthy. And once the pull request is merged, we move to the prod environment. As soon as the merge is done, we schedule a pipeline, but also we have our daily schedules. And maybe worth mentioning, it doesn't matter for dbt if it's BigQuery or Databricks. It's the same setup, just another technology. And GitHub can also be replaced with Bitbucket, Azure DevOps. It's all agnostic. Okay, now how does this look like in dbt? I already mentioned it. We have 3 environments, dev, pre-prod, and prod. And on BigQuery, we will create a dev environment for each developer. So we don't have to be bothered by your colleague that's also developing some stuff. It's completely separated in this way. For every pull request, we will create a schema with the pull request in it. So all the tables are merged inside the schema so that we can easily drop this once the pull request is merged. And we have the actual pre-prod environment where we schedule it every day. And on production, we only have the intermediate, of the staging intermediate in March. Now, if you want to set this up, we wrote a blog post about it, going it to step by step so that you can do it yourself. And about the CI/CD part, that's something specific with the jobs. Now, we just schedule a daily job. That's nothing special. You schedule daily, and on every pull request, you have to do something specific. By example here, you say, differ from previous state. So we don't run a pull request run if the pre-prod environment isn't healthy. So we first have to know it's healthy. Otherwise, we don't accept new pull requests. And we also say here, dbt build, that builds the models. And we say select state modified. So we only select the modified models. We don't want to run the whole dbt project, only the changes that we applied. And with the plus behind it, we say also run all downstream models dependent on the changed model. That's why we can also see what's being affected by our change. And yeah, there's this small button, run on every PR, that you have to check. Otherwise, it won't work. And for the on merge, so if we merge the pull request, by example, to main, we have to do something special. We can't recognize this from dbt, so what we created is a GitHub action. We say on merge, we trigger this script, actually a Python script that does an HTTP call to dbt to just trigger the daily job. And yeah, of course, we don't put credentials in the script. You can use GitHub secrets for this. And then, yeah, you just have to view your environments. Green, everything means it's healthy. And it should look like this. Also on this part, how to set this up, it's also written down in a blog post so that you can do it yourself. Now, it's all nice that it works on slide, but I will also demo it. So for the ones who don't know or haven't seen dbt, this is the web console. You have develop, deploy, and documentation, but we will go to develop. Oh. Ooh, this will be... Is there an easy trick to switch? Okay, then I will just do it like this. I will create a new branch. That's called GoDataFest. So we have a new branch. See, this is not ideal. Is it readable?
Copy your desktop.
Any copy?
Copy the desktop, and you see there as well.
Yeah. Do you know the trick?
That's Windows?
No, Mac. No, Mac.
Display settings.
Yeah. One moment, then, guys.
That's great, with all techies in the room who will figure it out.
Call ICT.
Call ICT. You are ICT.
No, we're not. Media. Same thing.
Oh, the saver. Yes, please. Yes.
Yeah, the network setting of your screen settings here.
Yeah, that's here.
Okay. You see the display. And then range. Main display is the hub. I only want to copy or clone. How you do that here? I don't know. Extend display, main display, mirror.
Yes. Great. Thank you. And now to make it readable, it should be zoom. Okay. Now. Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so we created a new branch. We called it GoDataFest. Now we can change the models. Now let's be real. I don't want to rename. I just want to duplicate. Now I guess it's the fact users starting with D. Now let's be real creative. Let's call it E. We change the E. Just to be sure, we say preview. The query is executed and we see the results. This actually starts with an E. Now our version control detects it's changed. Now we say commit. Users with E. Say commit. Now, and now the magic will start when we create this pull request. So we say create pull request. Now we jump to GitHub. We say create new pull request. Now the comment is GoDataFest. And we see that the pull request is created. If we now move back to dbt, and we go to the deploy, and we see to jobs, then we see that our CI/CD job is currently triggered. It's triggered 12 seconds ago. It's running now at this moment. Now it should take about 30 seconds. Now if you want to see what this thing is doing, we see that there is a model triggered there that cuts off the first letter of the name with an E, so only this model is triggered. In the job run, we see that the CI prod is succeeded, and if we go to the pull request, we see that the checks have passed, so we put a condition in there that the CI run should succeed. Now, of course, your co-workers have to review, but for now, let's create a merge pull request. And what we will see on the dbt side is that another run is triggered, but only this time on the production environment. And the nice thing is then deploying to production, it's so easy. It's all managed via Git with pull requests and merges. So there's no guy from IT who you need to run your script or install the new code for you. It's all done. It's all programmatically. Okay. Now, this was the demo. If there are questions, please let me know. Then I will wrap up what we have learned. Now, I talked a little bit about what's analytics engineering, what is dbt, what is CI/CD, how should you set it up. I showed you the project setup, that we have 2 projects, 1 dbt project, and that we stitch all things together via pull requests and via merges. And yeah, it meaning that for every test that we define on a model is run, it is executed. It's executed when we say dbt build, and then it's executed on the developer's workspace but it's also the same tests are executed on acceptance and production via every run. And that's done via GitHub jobs, of GitHub Actions and dbt jobs. So, questions? Oh.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there questions from the audience?
So basically, when we do our ETL, most time we use Python. And my question is, you can do ETL with Python, Spark, or with dbt. When should we use dbt?
When it's SQL. I don't know what kind of transformations you do with Python. But if it's tabular data, living in a Delta table or in a SQL database, and you just can execute SQL, then I would see dbt is the best option. But I don't know if that's your case.
Yes, yeah, sometimes it is, yeah. But it's more a question like, should we, because in the other presentation you saw that they use Databricks and then run dbt in it. But most times when we in project use Databricks, we tend to stick to Spark because it's more configurable than SQL is.
Yeah.
So I was wondering, like, when should you choose for dbt?
When it's if you can handle it only via SQL, then it doesn't make sense to me if you put it in Databricks or in a Databricks notebook and then execute it via Python. You will end up with a lot of notebooks. Yeah, and I guess dbt has some certain advantages, like the documentations, the tests, and of course you can also create it in Databricks yourself with Python. But I guess this is all pre-built for you. You just need to type in your SQL statements, create a SQL statement for each table you need. Yeah, and then you also have the documentation on how stuff is related to each other. And you can easily schedule it. Yeah, of course, that can also be done in Databricks, but then I would say, yeah, dbt is far easier. And yeah, subjects like lineage, yeah, I guess that's quite, yeah, of course, Databricks also, you can see downstream and upstream stuff, but it's not that easy as dbt.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Other questions? Then you gave a really good presentation.
Yeah. Okay,
so
thanks.
thank you again. Give it up for Maurice.
Okay. Dank je wel. Ja, graag gedaan.
Okay, so let's take a quick break, 15, 20 minutes, and then gather back in here for the last, but definitely not the least presentation of GoDataFest. We have one more amazing speaker for you guys in the pipeline. Is ChatGPT a better software engineer than me? You will be in for a surprise because he will kick off his presentation differently compared to what we've seen today. So please get a quick coffee, stay around, and see you in 20 minutes.
Who's next? I don't have.
Thanks.
No,
Thanks.
Tevreden?
Ja, op zich wel. Wait.
I don't know. Are we live? I don't know if the people... Yeah, perfect.
Dan moet deze denk ik uitgezet worden.
That's okay. Good to have you all back in the room for the final session. Usually when we are heading towards the final presentation of the day, I would say, are we still energized? Wow! I feel like a row cycle instructor at this point. Great. But the final presentation is a bit different, because where we would usually start getting energy in, we will slightly do the opposite now. I see you thinking, like, what are we going to do then? That's not my job to tell you. That will be that of Thijs Limmen, who will give the next presentation about whether an LLM software engineer is better than himself.
No, that's not the subject.
Oh, I made a mistake.
It's, you see a lot of 10x. It's achieving 10 times productivity and becoming an AI-powered developer. That's a little bit different.
You see, it's almost Friday afternoon. I'm off at this point. I think I will leave it up to Thijs then. Give him a warm applause.
It's okay. Oh, that's already the last slide. So let me take you back to 1898. I always struggle with 98 and 1989. Long before AI. So here you see a painting of Van Gogh, painting the famous Starry Night. So Van Gogh was sitting in his room by himself, watching over the landscape. And it was the same year that he cut off his hair. He was a little bit, maybe, creative mind. So Van Gogh painted this in a couple of months, maybe a year. And that's a long time for a painting, we know now. So I did presentations before. And I never tried doing a meditation during my presentation. It's not a random meditation. It's part of the presentation. But I like for you to be open-minded. Listen to the meditation. If you think this is too long for me, it's not for me, please raise your hand. If there's like more than 40% of raised hands, I will just continue on with my presentation. So it's a little bit experimental. But yeah, AI is also very experimental. So let's start with meditation.
Today, we will take a journey into the world of art and creativity. Find a comfortable position, either seated with your hands folded in your lap or lying down, and let's begin. First, let's take a deep breath in through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Again, breathe in through your nose and exhale through your mouth. One more time, inhale deeply and exhale slowly. Now, let's focus on the image of a dimly lit room where Vincent van Gogh sat with a palette of vibrant colors by his side. Each stroke of his brush was deliberate, capturing not just the scene in front of him, but also the emotions swirling within. Months would pass, and a masterpiece like Starry Night would emerge, a testament to the power of creativity and the human spirit. As you meditate, try to imagine yourself in that room with Vincent van Gogh. Let your mind wander and explore the colors and the emotions that surround you. Feel the brush in your hand as you begin to create your own masterpiece. Imagine the canvas coming to life with every stroke of your brush. Let your creativity flow freely without any judgment or inhibition. Allow yourself to fully immerse in the moment and let the colors express your emotions. When you're ready, take a deep breath in and exhale slowly. Another deep inhale and a long exhale. One last time, breathe in deeply and exhale slowly. Take a moment to appreciate the beauty that you have created in your mind. Let this meditation serve as a reminder of the limitless potential of creativity within you. Thank you for joining me today.
So if you had your eyes closed, you can come back. So look around you, come back into the world. Feel yourself sitting on the chair. Feel your feet touching the floor. So while this canvas appeared in front of you, while you were doing the meditation, a re-envisioned Starry Night of Van Gogh, think back about what creation did you make in your own mind, or maybe even a product or whatever came into your mind. Also think about, was this recorded in a studio, or may it have been generated by AI? So let's continue with my presentation. You had a long day. I also was a bit nervous for my presentation, so this gives me a little bit of time to relax, and maybe for you too. So let's fast forward to 2023, the AI revolution. You're here on GoDataFest. You've probably watched a lot of AI models and data, but also think about the revolution that there has been with all kinds of tools that have emerged. There has been this explosion of AI tools. I think when ChatGPT came out, every day there were maybe tens to hundreds of new tools coming out, and I bet today it's more than that. And people have been building tools on top of AI. So that is what my presentation is about. I've used these tools this last year, and I can tell that my productivity in some way has increased by 10 times in a 1 year time, and that's pretty impressive. And I hope to share with you how I became an AI-powered developer. So let's talk 10 times. So you might think about like the 10x developer. So this developer that's like really good at solving problems, and this developer that does things twice as fast, or twice and 10 times as fast, or maybe faster. I don't think it's about that, literally. It's about having tools to your disposal to not do 10 times as fast in your own expertise. Maybe you can go 3 times as fast, 4 times as fast using AI, but also 10 times as fast and in using other expertises. Like, I'm not a designer, I'm not a graphic artist, but I did make this stuff in a very short amount of time. And that counts for a lot of other stuff that's now being created with AI. So I'm gonna guide you through my journey of becoming this AI-powered developer. And I'm gonna give you some practical experience of mine that enabled me to make things I couldn't have imagined before. And the first topic will be AI-assisted development, so literally AI assisting me writing code. And that started with making an escape room for a conference. So twice a year there's a Techorama conference, and with Xspirit, I didn't tell from which company I am, by the way. I'm from the company Xspirit. It's like part of Xebia. Next year we will be called Xebia as well, Xebia Microsoft Solutions. but here on the conference we will still be called Xspirit. So I created an escape room, the digital experience, in less than 1 month. I didn't create the airplane. Maybe AI can do that for me, but that's not something that's doable yet. So this is the process of developing an escape room. You take some wood, you take some brushes, and there you have an abandoned airplane. And then we also modeled the inside to have some answers about questions about our company and what the game is about. It asks you questions about some objects we hidden in the room. So there will be a question, and people are able to answer the question by a number. So yeah, let's go to the demo of how the escape room works. In the demo, I will show you some things you might not know about Flutter, but it's basically a tool to create apps and compile it to any operating system like Android, iOS, macOS. And I also show you a bit of GitHub Copilot. I will not show ChatGPT, but I did use it heavily to make this escape room. So let me go to my demo. So this is the escape room game. So I created an overview for myself for all the screens interacting. And let's put in a team name called GoDataFest. Oh, it's not. So it's playing audio, so you can imagine this sound being played on the conference all day. That was really fun. So now a team has to go in the airplane, board the plane, so they can play the escape room. They get an intro video on the left side. I was not able to do that on my own laptop, so I made a skip button. So when you press skip, the game will automatically start. So there's also some sound playing. Okay. So the game is now playing. And as you see, people can now answer questions. So we had some values hidden. So as you see, persons in the playing the game, they answered one question correctly. So they had 1 point. But as you see on the right side, I think currently in flight mode, people from the outside could not see the progress on the inside. So we had a feature request. So when I hear feature request, I want to build it. So here we have some code that's called, I will zoom in a little bit. Yeah. So that's currently in flight mode. So somewhere in this region we want to add the feature. So we want to show the game progress. So let's create a method, show game progress. So it's going to think about, I need a widget, render progress, with some comments. So now Copilot, GitHub Copilot is giving me suggestions about what code do I want. So I give it a comment, and now you need some render progress method. So let me open it. It thinks about returning me an empty container. Well, I don't want an empty container, so I want the game progress. So to get the game progress, I want to have the reference to the game state, because the game state contains the progress of my game. So Copilot already suggested me to get the progress, you should use a reference to a game state provider. It asked me to get the game status. I don't want the game status, I want the solved puzzles. Solved puzzles. I made a typo. So it thought about solved puzzles, but this property does not really exist. I do know that it's inside game progress. It tries to suggest me something else, but I know it's inside the list. And then it did not. I should have a property. So let me try it again. I will type it out. So map. Oh, it's called, the method is called map. I used the wrong method. So I only want to show the solved puzzles, so I can show that on the screen. So I'm gonna return a widget. It knows that I need a widget from the top, so it gave me the wrong suggestion. So AI is helping me. In this demo, it's not doing exactly what I want, but AI is constantly giving me suggestions about, hey, you can do this, you can do that, and it knows it by your context of the project. It will take a bunch of files, maybe it does some magic with it to like embed it in a small prompt, then it sends it over to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT will then make a decision like, hey, maybe this is a next suggestion. So I think I don't exactly know what the end solution is right now because of demo anxiety. But I hope I gave you a small impression of Copilot helping me implementing this feature. So I hope to see that those icons were then shown on flight mode. At home, I got it done. So yeah, that's always with demos.
Mayday, mayday!
So Mayday, Mayday is actually nice. So this is the escape room I built. So I'm gonna close it. I could show the same with developing my backend, maybe adding a new question, but I think you get the sense of it. AI, this GitHub Copilot, or maybe I should call Amazon Code Whisperer for maybe the conference that likes to that I tell you to use Amazon Code Whisperer. It works in all IDEs. So you can install it in Visual Studio Code, in Rider, in whatever IDE. It's also very easy to set up. You can use Copilot or maybe Amazon Code Whisperer within half an hour. So I would really suggest trying it, even if it's paid. It makes your life a lot more fun. So let's go back to the slides. So you've also seen some of the screens of my of the escape room. So there we show the leaderboard in front of the airplane, and we thought about capturing the leaderboard is like the flight departure board of an airplane. So if you go to one of your airlines, you see the flight departure board, but that's not really jungle themed because Tekorama was jungle themed. So I like to have a jungle themed board. But I couldn't yet use this board, so some UI magic, and there you had a leaderboard in a jungle theme. So just to get some inspiration, like these images from Midjourney or an AI aren't yet usable, but if you just do some few tricks with as a UX designer, UI designer, you can make something practical out of it. The tool I used for making these images is Midjourney. I will later on this demo show you a small sample of how we use it, who I or we Xperia use it in a different way. I didn't show you the intro screen playing, but you could also use it for a intro video where Natasha, a colleague of mine, she dressed up as a flight attendant in jungle theme. She was recorded in front of a green screen. And then we thought, hey, we want to make it jungle themed. So of course, Midjourney came up with some nice background, and then you have a jungle themed intro video. So just a nice example. So I was really thinking about, hey, how should this game look like? So how should the interface look like? So I asked Midjourney, can you imagine a input for a game or something like an escape room? So it thought of this, and it looked kind of what we have as end result. Then one of our colleagues said, oh, I want to have this background for that screen, but that's also not jungle themed. So we gave it the AI this image and said, make it jungle themed, and then you have a image you can use as a background that's themed. So the end result is this. I was also giving a presentation at the conference, so we had to squiggle out the question to not give an unfair advantage. So if we look, go back to the 10x developer, like how much time did it cost me? I might be special in creating it very fast, it might be me, but I thought it was insane that I created this whole escape room experience that contains some bugs, I have to say. It quit a couple of times in just 60 hours in my spare time. So that's a complete game with backend. I'm still amazed by it. Also with the designs and everything in 1 month time. And for the Netherlands conference, I spent about 30 hours tweaking it to make it more robust, and also with the help of ChatGPT. So that's crazy. I said, okay, I can do it in 1 month, but the end result, I'm still amazed by it. So if we go to the productivity meter, like for coding, I think I can code. You have to know what you're doing if you want to make a game. But still, I think with the help of Copilot and ChatGPT, I might be 6 times more productive in my own work. You can say sometimes it's giving you wrong suggestions and it's not always right. But also Copilot or some tools like it, they also tend to keep you in the flow. So when you get stuck on somewhere, you then would go to Google, like, oh, I got a problem, I got this stack trace, or whatever. So having that search or go out to Google and search, that's also like getting you out of the flow. So maybe you get distracted, and when you're in the flow, you can achieve the most. You write the best code. So these tools, Copilot and ChatGPT, is keeping you in the flow. And that I think by just having that, I could be 6 times more productive. And not because it's giving me 6 times the code at a 6x pace. If you look at Midjourney, so I'm not a designer, so I could make it 10 times better, I think, at design using Midjourney. So that's more like, it's not 10 times better at your own job, also better in other professions or jobs. So as a small bonus, I give you one suggestion. I think this is one of the most important one if you're still not using ChatGPT as like your main source of truth for your problems in coding. Really don't open Google, ask ChatGPT first. With the ChatGPT 4, it gives you very accurate results, better than 3. So if you ever stopped using ChatGPT because it was hallucinating, the newest version of ChatGPT is not hallucinating anymore. It's giving you really accurate results. So I would really suggest doing this. So yeah, that was maybe quite fast. So that's my journey of AI-assisted development. The other thing is I'm now creating very nice artwork. So I haven't been able to do that before ChatGPT. I'm not an artist. I can put some elements at the right place of the screen. So let's go to the next chapter, creating content with AI. Here you have the same image of the previous, or at the beginning of the presentation, and you see it's moving. I used a tool called Pika Labs. You give it an image and it tries to make it move. These tools for video are still pretty immature. They are getting a lot better. And I do have an example of some other, which is really crazy. I will show you later. But let's first go to how did I make this presentation? Because you see all this artwork. You had seen the slideshow when you walked in with all the 10x productivity images. So I would like to show you a small sample of how I created that. In the sample, I will be using ChatGPT. You've already, I think all of you have sometimes used ChatGPT. If you didn't, you should. So first the 10x picture. So I asked DALL-E, this is a different one. I had the idea of like walking towards the path of 10 times productivity. So it already first came up with this one. I think this is an image I used. It was not yet in widescreen. So I said, can you do it, but then in a 16:9 ratio. So it's good for a slideshow. So this was already the first image I got. Now the internet seems to fail on me. That's not really nice. Let me refresh. I have to scroll all the way to the top. So I spent like 4 to 5 hours just prompting it, getting a lot of nice images out. So here you see I use this one in my slide for 10x developer. So what I asked is, hey ChatGPT, can you please think about some other teams that I can make this image with? So it gave me some examples. And then I'm using those examples to create my next image. So it's using ChatGPT, creating images, but also having ChatGPT as an inspirator for next images. So it can think for you, and I only choose the right option. So I spent a lot of time prompting it, sometimes reworking stuff. But yeah, it was a lot of fun to do. And if you ever have spare time in your life, then you should do it too. So what about the Starry Night painting? So this is the actual Starry Night painting. So I asked ChatGPT, can you describe this painting? So what ChatGPT can do today is describing a painting, and it will notice that it's the Starry Night of Vincent van Gogh. So that's something it had right. But I didn't want it to tell that it's Van Gogh. I wanted to tell think about it as Van Gogh is looking at the scene or looking at his painting. So then it's gonna describe it from the perspective of Vincent. So I took it, I made it a little bit shorter. So this is what it came up with. I copy-pasted it, I didn't read it. So then I said to DALL-E, can you please make this painting, but in the style of Van Gogh? So it came up with some versions, but I think here it used Starry Night in some way. So I made it a landscape. So in these ones, these are the end result. These prompts were not mentioning Van Gogh. My previous prompts were, so it looked really like Van Gogh. So this is like a complete revision of Van Gogh's Starry Night without having the context of Van Gogh's painting. So you could also use it to recreate existing images by uploading it to ChatGPT, describing it, and also putting it to the AI again to generate the image. Just another AI workflow that you can use. So that's one demo. I think for this AI content generation, demos are the most expressing. I can tell a lot about it, but to see it makes more sense. So what we did at Xspirit, I have to open my slides deck again. Yeah. So what we did at Xebia Xspirit is we have a slide deck. It contains purple and it contains orange, which are the colors of our company. And we use stock photos. And you know, with stock photos, they are a bit generic. They don't tell too much. They have some sense of what you want to talk about, but it's not exactly what you want. So we thought, hey, could it be nice to make like a graffiti on the wall slide deck? So let me go to the demo of that one. So you could also do this stuff. At Xebia Xspirit, we created the Xebia AI Toolbox. You can visit it on GitHub. And we created some AI workflows that you can follow to do about the same stuff I do at this presentation. So this is one of the examples. I think I missed one. I have to click that one, then sorry for this. Okay, so one step is that before to make this slide deck, we used Midjourney. DALL-E is a lot better in understanding images, but what we did is we made ChatGPT understand Midjourney. So if I go to Midjourney, insert a prompt is not really what I want, and I'm not thinking like a photographer. So there is some guy that explained Midjourney for ChatGPT. So if I copy paste this prompt, in ChatGPT, So I'm gone now. ChatGPT understands, should understand Midjourney. Create a prompt for Midjourney. So what kind of object do you want to on a graffiti wall? Does anyone have a suggestion? Sorry? Sorry, I didn't understand that one. Logo for the conference. A graffiti wall picture for a logo for the conference. I'm curious. Okay, so now it's generating a prompt. So.
Can it be the GoDataFest logo? Yeah.
No, it's not that good. If you do like an Apple or something really specific it already knows about, then it should be able. So you can use Midjourney in Discord. Also, using Midjourney is really simple. You go to the Midjourney website, you go to some tutorial, and then you can set up Midjourney for Discord. I applied it to my own server. So I created a folder called GoDataFest, and I say, imagine. Then I go to ChatGPT, I'll copy paste the prompt, and so it already knows the parameters of Midjourney. Like if you watch, yeah, it's a little bit small, but it knows the aspect ratio. It knows which model I want to use of Midjourney. So Midjourney also shows you the intermediary results. So how this works is that the technology behind it is called stable diffusion. And stable diffusion works like this. You have a lot of noise, and you give it a description, and from that noise there comes an image. So it's gonna, from noise, it's gonna denoise it until there's an image. And how it's trained, that's a whole other story, but they do the opposite. They take a lot of images, they put some noise on it until it's very small, only the most important data is inside the model. And so the denoising works like they take all the important aspects, denoise it, and there comes, wow, it actually got the colors of GoDataFest. I'm not sure how it did it. So it gave us some graffiti of a GoDataFest logo. So this is what we did. So let me go to that slide deck. So this is the slide deck we have now for employees to use to make a really, to tell a story basically. So we have some of sharing knowledge, which we do at Xebia. We have a bucket overflowing, like a brain overflowing. We have some silos, like data or working in silos to get a nice one. So we got a lot of them, and we also created a guide for people to add more to this slide deck, to tell more of a story. So that's my graffiti deck demo. Let's go back. So we're not done. So as I told you, these are image generation algorithms, and there are also companies doing stuff with video. And one I really like is HeyGen, and the one in the back told me about another tool that does this stuff. So I have to find the right one. Sorry. I don't know in which desktop I put it. So let me just open the link I had.
With a couple clicks, you can now speak a new language in your own voice.
Can you put the volume
while retaining your facial expressions and hand movements.
Parlez une nouvelle langue avec votre voix, vos lèvres synchronisées, conservant expression faciale et mouvement des mains en quelques clics. わずかなクリックで自分の声で新しい言語を話し、口と顔の表情、帯の動きを保ちながら話すことができます。Met een paar klikken spreek je nu een nieuwe taal in je eigen stem. होंठ सिंक करते हैं, चेहरे के भाव और हाथ की गतिविधियों को बरकरार रखते हैं. Agora você pode falar um novo idioma com sua própria voz e lábios sincronizados, Gesichtsausdrücke und Handbewegungen beibehalten. Ora puoi parlare una nuova lingua con la tua voce, sincronizzando le tue labbra, 同时保持嘴唇同步，保留面部表情和手势。I don't speak any of those languages, but based on the reviews I've seen from native speakers, it does a great job. That opens up all...
Okay, so this is HeyGen. So it takes an input video and it syncs the mouth and the voice. And it's really insane. Like you can create one video for your own native language, and then you can put it out to the world in maybe 20 or 100 different languages. So I'm a native Dutch, and I understand a little bit of German, so I could pick out those two, and especially the Dutch one. It sounds pretty Dutch to me. Not completely, but... so that's HeyGen, and there's 10 labs, or 11 labs I heard, that does the same. So let me go back to the slides. And as last but not least, we have Warp Fusion. Was not impressed by the rendering a video from an image, but I am impressed by some other way of making video, which I like to show you. Desktop. I'm lost. Which one was it? Yeah, this one. So I'm going to show you this video. So this is a really small company, it's a YouTube channel, and they have a handful of people. And what they did is they made an anime. So what they did is they have some film studio, they have green screens, and they did a lot of acting. So the only thing they did was acting. They then put it through Warp Fusion or some AI models, and then they actually had an anime.
Behold, now I see there is a crack through which I can slip. And to whom might this treasure belong? I hope it doesn't slip from my palm and break.
Those are my mother's!
We have many sacred heirlooms. Do not waver!
And whose ashes might these be? Hope they weren't anyone special.
My grandfather!
Elizabeth! My eyes!
Your iron will is very impressive, King Philip. Tell me, is your will strong enough to stop a blade? Got her.
Elizabeth!
Now let your final gaze fall upon your dear queen.
Ha! I should have never underestimated him by luring Elizabeth first. He's put me in an unwinnable scenario that puts my very humanity at stake. If I follow my heart and look at my faithful wife, therefore beholding the symbol of...
So I think I will stop it here because you should watch the whole episode. It's really fun. But it's a handful of people that created this in, I think, maybe half a year. And normally when these animes are created by hundreds of people with an investment of hundreds of millions. So a small studio being able to create something like this, so they had to figure out the technology, how to sync it, how to make the in between the frames to make it like flow into each other. A lot of these video tools, they have some flickering in between frames. And you see barely flickering. So they invented the technology. So to make another episode like this, they only need to do the acting. And of course, the style needs to transport over. So a next episode will be a lot easier to create and won't cost tens of millions or millions. So this is what I really like, is this technology is only advancing and people are thinking about better ways to make it. So for the slide decks, I like making nice PowerPoint presentations, but this really enabled me to make really good PowerPoint presentations. With HeyGen, I would say a productivity increase of maybe 20 times because you only video it once, then you transport it over to 20 languages. If you could do the math, it's 20 times. And of course, if you know Dragon Ball Z, then War Fusion over 9,000. That's some, yeah, some people might know it. It's really insane what I just saw. So, how did I know about all this stuff? So, at our company, we created a channel, an AI channel, where we share a lot of these tools, like all this crazy stuff going on. It's called AI power-ups, like a Mario punching the mushroom and then growing bigger. And we share all these crazy tools. And the fun thing is, I didn't create the slide decks, but we all inspired each other, and now somebody thought, hey, let's make slide decks. Or a lot of other crazy ideas are popping up from sharing knowledge about these AI tools. So I would really say share knowledge about it. Also, maybe do a hackathon, maybe an innovation day to investigate some of these tools, and maybe work out some use cases from your own company that you want to figure out. It's really fun to then demo all the stuff you made afterwards. Some YouTube channels I follow to gain insights on some of the AI tools that are popping up. Those are these. And I don't know how much time do I have left? 5 minutes? Then I'll go through this last one pretty quickly. So what I also did in the last couple of months is build a AI app for meditation. So a colleague of mine thought it was fun to make a meditation through AI. And he made a YouTube channel. He uploads meditations daily based on various topics. So I made a whole workflow of how this is created, but we don't have time for that, I think. But one thing I want you to take away from this is that how he created it is basically prompt engineering. You might have heard the term prompt engineering. It's not valid for a lot of times. But if you're going to make a use case like creating a meditation script, then it's really important to have the prompt right. Like AI knows about meditation, but you can tell it like, if there's a break, please put in break 10 as a result, so we can parse it to the creating the script. Also, don't use the word namaste on the end, because we don't talk our students with namaste. And also, if you want a 10-minute session, aim for around 1,000 words. So you can make your prompt in this way that you get the best meditation possible, and then you have an automated meditation for a longer time. So I'm going to continue. So you saw this image in the AI. It's DALL-E 2. It's pretty old. And it was only 4 years ago. Like, did you see the images in the presentation? That's only 2 years in advance. So DALL-E has gotten better. And now my colleague thought, hey, I want to make a YouTube channel. And I thought, hey, let's make an app. So now I am, in my off time, I like making this meditation app to a reality. So as you see, I got these nice images. It's because I generated them with DALL-E. And then I have a piece of code that says, hey, can you select a theme for a topic? So if I put jungle, it selects the theme that's closely related to jungle. So one AI workflow could be that you create like thousands of themes and then have your AI selecting the theme, so you are not reliant on the random output of DALL-E. So something you can think about. So I created an app, and it's working, and I use it to meditate as well. Not also the one we started with. So I've created a workflow. So making this app was not possible without AI, of course, because it's completely AI. If you look at Headspace, that's one of the most popular meditation apps. When they started, they only had 10 meditation sessions of 10 minutes. And I bet it took a lot of time to get the script right, to record them in a good way, to put them out in the app. And now it's happening it takes 1 minute. I would say second, but the workflow takes 1 minute. And then you get an actual meditation. And to refine it, you only have to do good prompt engineering. Oh, this is duplicate. So yeah, you should definitely do this. So I've shared you a lot of information, this presentation, and I tried to put it all on the board. So yeah, what are you gonna do tomorrow to get more, to do more with AI? I would say. So I give you some time to take a picture. There's an AI for that, for .com. Oh, you read it wrong. Yeah, right. So, did everybody took his picture? So this is like in 1 year I found out all this, and now I shared it in 1 hour with you. So thank you. If you have any questions, you can do them now, or I will be staying around here for maybe 1 hour, so you can come up to me, maybe ask some questions. We have some magazines. Every half year we create a magazine for Xspirit, Xebia, and also there are 2 articles in that are also in this presentation. So I brought about 30 of them. I hope it's enough for everyone, or you can leave it here. So that's it. Yeah.
Are there questions?
Yes.
For the meditation app you created, I'm wondering how you create the music and the sound and the AI voice, something like that?
I didn't get time for that, so it's good to have your question. So we create the script. There's an output script, like, hey, welcome to this meditation about. Then it has some breaks. So we have some C# code that parses that to a XML script. And that XML is fed into a text-to-speech AI. So it's basically a XML showing, hey, this is a break, there you need to talk, this is the tone of voice, this is the voice you need to use. And then there's an MP3 coming out. What you can do with the teams, I didn't share that, but you can also say, oh, for the jungle team, I want to have jungle sounds. Or for the futuristic team, I want to have futuristic sounds. So you can think about it like that. So we select music and also select artwork based on the topic people provide.
Other questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Question about escape room. How much of the code have you generated? How much of the code? So because you showed that you started with app that is using for creating apps. So this probably generates some first version of your app, and then how much have you had to generate with AI, and how much you have written just the normal way?
Okay, so it's hard to tell exactly, but I call it tab coding sometimes. So tap, 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 tap. Then sometimes it just gives me good suggestions. Sometimes I do have to write my own thing. It might be that AI generated for maybe 4 times more code than I did. So roughly, I'm not sure, but it helped me a lot, and sometimes it helped me really putting features out really quickly. So, yeah.
Again, thank you for the presentation. I had a question about the ethical component of using, especially generated AI. There's a lot of controversy about that. Some Kickstarters were pulled, the whole writer strike and actor strike concerning AI. What are your feelings, thoughts about that?
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a rebel. I don't care that much. I think it's really cool that it's possible. And if there's really some legal things, if I need to get this app out and then figure out some legal things, I will do it because it's a necessity. But I don't want to limit myself by all the maybe it's a little bit egocentric. I don't know, but I really like how powerful it is, and I care a little bit less about the legal stuff. But a lot of other people care about it a lot, so I'd rather have them do good on that side of things.
Well,
Maybe. Yeah.
Just to relate to that question, so do you equalize ethics with legal? Because I feel legal is different than ethical.
Ah, right.
So,
I have a hard time distinguishing those terms, I guess. But I think legal, it is ethical. I don't know what's ethical. I think it's not nice for designers that their artwork might be used, or maybe a model is trained on their work, and now I'm creating this mind-blowing stuff. That in some way that's not right. So yeah, I think I have mixed feelings about it.
Yeah, maybe just some thoughts that I have around the meditation app. So, for example, of course, there is some science behind it, and if you generate, I don't know, 100 instead of somebody generates 10 meditations, and how would you check all of those if they are saying the right things, if people are using it? There's a reason people are using meditation. It's for good. So. That is my question around ethics.
I think these are also very good questions for when I want to improve on the meditations in the app, so they are actually scientifically right and people actually benefit from it. Now it's just a small prompt, but with prompt engineering, you can take these scientific papers, might be able to apply them to the prompt, see the output of it. Maybe also compare that you make meditations that are close to existing apps that already did the science behind it. So there are some ways. This is really in a premature phase where I showed you the possibility, but you can advance on that. But it's a good question. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah. Also about the meditation app. Like, what is the generation time at this point, and the generation cost of say a 10-minute?
That's meditation. A good one. It depends on which model you use. If you use GPT-4, it's a little bit more expensive, but 3 and 3.5 is already pretty good. It's a release. I didn't calculate it exactly, but I think it's about 20 cents to generate a meditation.
And which text-to-voice package did you use?
It's called Azure Cognitive Search. So it's a Azure resource that does this for me. Yeah. And the name is Jane, by the way. Jane.
And then a final question: how far away are we from me just telling the app like, "Hey, I got 10 minutes. I would like this and this vibe with this and this voice."
You mean for me or for in general?
To create one on the spot.
Right. I think. The AI models need to become faster. Also, the image generation might need to be faster, but you need compute power for that, and you need, how far are we? It could be years. Maybe OpenAI now has a model that does things a lot faster than the current model. But I think users also expect. You can put expectations in the app, like, hey, know that creating a new meditation costs 1 minute, but if you use an existing one, which is already generated, the MP3 is already available, then they can do it in a second. So, but I don't know how long it will take.
One final question.
Maybe on that side. I don't know.
You're done with that.
This side.
No? Okay. Okay. That's good.
I already got so many questions this week. So I had a question. So I tried out Google Copilot as well. I used ChatGPT a lot, and I think with ChatGPT you can ask him also with the implementation, the new Google Copilot. I don't know if it's available for everybody.
Yes, available for everyone. Yeah.
Well, I had beta access, but now it's probably open.
Yeah.
So what I have in VS Code, I have like the chat box on the side, and it can generate some code for me. But is it somehow possible already that you actually connect it to your code and it edits the code you're actually working in? And how do you set it up? Because with the normal Copilot, you can indeed, how you showed, it shows suggestions and you can accept it. But what I would like is I just generate the code and I say, okay, in these lines, your code is incorrect, fix that. But it cannot fix it in the file itself.
Yes.
Is that already possible,
Yeah,
or do I just have to change settings?
GitHub Copilot now has GitHub Copilot chat, so you can ask context-aware questions about your code base. I still find it a little bit immature. Like it sometimes stops the conversation, or it doesn't know about some historical things I asked, and it's a little bit buggy, I think. But I think once it gets better and it actually gives me good answers to my questions, I would, for my complex tasks, I would still go to GPT and then GPT-4.
The API, you mean?
Sorry?
You mean the API?
No, I would also go to the ChatGPT in the browser. So that's for the complex things I use it. Copilot Chat, I don't use it that often, but I should try it once again. Maybe it improved, but it's still a little bit work in progress, I feel.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, sorry, but my question was that I find it pretty okay. I just correct it myself and just go to the code and say, okay, this is not correct, but then it gives me in the chat the codes I need to copy paste. Everything. Is it already possible to or an option, I don't know, that it can actually edit the file itself?
No, it doesn't do that yet.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I expect it in the future, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you, Thijs. Give it up one more time.
Thank you. Okay. Alsjeblieft. Dankjewel.
That brings us to the end of GoDataFest. Oh, yeah, sad. Thanks. Yeah, you've been asking a lot of questions. You've been hearing amazing stories from our amazing presenters. That lasts me with one last question. Who will be here next year? I mean, we already have the date set. I see my media team in the back. He's like, yes, we'll be there. Honestly, we hope to see you guys back next year. We had an amazing 4-day event. We did what Xebia does best, sharing knowledge. Hopefully you learned something, or we've learned from you, or you guys have learned from each other. I had at least amazing days, and I would like to continue this with a drink at the bar. So if you feel like drinking a beer, cheersing to the weekend, feel free to do so. But for now, thank you for coming, for joining, and have an amazing weekend.
Ja, alsjeblieft. Ja, ik vind het best goed. Boven de tijd. Maar ik denk dat het het leukste was geweest en dan was het nog een beetje extra.